I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
dando fuga, vai! Dando fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá? Então fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Up in heaven, waiting to flood out. The net will land. Donut still down to hell. 3 on the round. Make that 4th.
One enemy remaining.
Ghost and Vanitas says not an outlaw, but a marshal. This is a vandal. Oh my gosh.
Forward. Again and again, that's gonna be another. Waiting for more players to challenge. Again, she finds it. 3 on the round. And again!
One enemy remaining.
I think the read's there.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. Oh my.
But Femboy has the judge. This could cook. That's 3. Femboy dances around and tucks back in for the 4th. Should be the ace.
Shopify Rebellion. They weren't here for a kickoff, but they remind everyone who the best in Game Changers is. Welcome back to North American Game Changers. I'm so excited to bring you the show today. I'm Ender here with Ash. We've got a couple of awesome matches, and honestly, Ash, I'm just excited to finally see our teams playing again. It's been a month and a half off, but we're here and we're ready.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. And then so many changes have happened to the meta as well, right? So it's going to be a really fresh look for Game Changers, even for like the Open Qualifiers. They're playing on the old map pool patch. Now we have Bind and Corrode coming into the fray here for GC. And I'm excited to see what ideas these teams are bringing to the table.
Yeah, you know, I got a little glimpse, you know, getting to talk to Alexis last weekend about how Shopify are approaching Corrode. So I'm definitely excited to see more of our Game Changers teams here continue to experiment on the map. But I'm just excited to get into the games now, and also to cast some of my former players. Teddy Tactics,
Yeah.
they've spread around all over the place. We're going to check out the format first here. We are, of course, going to be in the Swiss stage, bringing you broadcasts every weekend. What am I talking about? That's normal VCT. Game Changers, we're here on Mondays every week, starting today, and you can keep on coming back for more streamed games with casting week on week.
Yeah, and as a reminder for you guys for the Swiss stage, how it works is you have to get to 4 matches to be able to move on to the main event, and if you reach 4 losses, you are out. You can see in this very intimidating looking bracket on your screens kind of what we're talking about there as we continue on through the competition throughout this Swiss stage. But that's like the main takeaway. It's like 4, you get to continue forward. 4, you lose, you're out of the competition. But I think I'm really excited to see how these teams continue to progress like week for week, having that additional time to kind of like cook things up for the server and have those breaks between the Swiss stage matches.
Yeah, there's a lot to be determined on our screen right now. That'll eventually be determined as teams win and play against other teams that win, you lose. And like you're saying, you can go back to the drawing board and try to improve week on week to stay alive in the tournament. These are the 4 matches. They're going to be happening right now at 2 o'clock. So FlyQuest Red versus Hakikimori is going to be the game on the mainstream right now. But if you hop over to Radiant GG, Radiant Beam, or Glow, you can see all the other matches are going down. Or if you just don't want to listen to us talking, you can also go to any of those streams and be perfectly happy in silence.
Yeah, I think I'm really excited for the matches that we have today as well. Like the one that we have on mainstream should be, at least for the first match of today, should be one of the closest ones for day 1 of Switch stage. And I know we're giving like a little bit of a teaser as we get into that. And then now we get to introduce those rosters to continue on that conversation, so you guys kind of understand a bit more about what we're talking about here.
Yeah, well, let's talk about FlyQuest up first then, because I think FlyQuest, if you were following during stage 1, was a bit disappointing, going out basically immediately in the main event. But they are coming in today to try and set things right. So Bob is back into the roster post stage 1, and also you might be surprised to see Lace also here, who is stepping in to sub for Aluvali here on the day. So the fake retirement again, she is back and she's ready to play, Ash.
Yeah, she is. But I mean, a player with so much experience under her belt, you really couldn't ask for someone better to be able to step in for the side of FlyQuest. And having that experience playing with that core roster as well, it's just going to be comfortable here for Fly. But I am curious to see what they're bringing to the table now, what kind of roles we're expecting to see. Because with Cora being added, I think the expectation is for Bob to maybe transition back over to that recon initiator that she's so well known for, especially being such like a solid solo player. Like that's like the agent that she was known for so well. And Cora, when you look at her like previous history on other teams, she was really leaning into that duelist role. So curiosity kind of bites me there when it comes to what kind of comfort we might be leaning into for the new player joining the fray.
Yeah, we'll be finding that out in just a few minutes when we get into the server. But I think that, you know, Bob, the flexibility there going to be a big factor coming in to the server, was so important back during kickoff. And again, wasn't playing with the team at the end of the main event there last time. But let's move ahead to the other side of things and check out Hakikimori, because I, for one, am incredibly excited. For a long time here in Game Changers, I have had Cal Sushi on my roster when I'm sitting in the coaching slot, but post Teddy Tactics spreading out here, this is my first time ever getting to cast Cal Sushi, which I am thrilled for here, Ash.
I'm so excited for you. I mean, I remember watching Cal Sushi on the Teddy Taxis roster, and I feel like this player, they're such like a consistent, reliable initiator player from what we've seen on previous rosters, and then now getting to join this kind of like a core almost when you look at Bunny B, Autumn, and Kurosu, with Autumn and Kurosu having been played on Fisher Fumblers together, also Dart Monkeys, almost like a Dart Monkeys reunion with Bunny B coming in as well, even though Kurosu and Bunny B never really had crossover on that roster. So a lot of experience being brought to the table here with this complete rehaul of Hikikimori compared to stage 1.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm expecting this team to make a deep run, not just in Swiss, but into main event. Like you're saying, these players are of a really, really high caliber, and I've been waiting a long time to see Kalasushi play up there with the best. I'll give you the sauce on Cal as we go through the day. And for everyone watching, there will be a little bit of extra focus on Cal for me because it'll be my first time seeing them play with a different team, and I've got that little bit of a backstory. But yeah, just keep in mind the Guardian shots from Cal are elite. That is all that you need to know. But I'm getting word that we can actually check out the maps now, see where we're going to be headed, if it's any new maps like Corrode, anything like that. We're going to be starting things off on Corrode. Hikikimori picking that one.
Yeah, starting things off spicy. I think that you look at this map pool as well, and for FlyQuest Red, we haven't gotten to see them since last stage, since they did kind of fall a little earlier than we would typically expect from that core that typically makes it to like that second place within the main event, and then having Corrode come in, so a map that we haven't gotten the chance to see them on for either of these teams, and then a Bind where it's been a really long time since Bind has been in the pool as well. Haven's really the main map that we're looking for if we do get to that decider, where we have a little bit more information most recently on Hikikimori for what they're looking to run there. But Hikikimori also kind of like does their own thing. They very much give me like Envy vibes of like in Challengers NA, because they're going to be running that double duelist no matter what. That's what they lean into, is that like raw fragging potential from Kurosu and Bunny B, as opposed to the double controller meta that we have typically been seeing teams lean into due to the map pool that's in play right now.
Yeah, I mean, Corrode, definitely a map where there's been a little bit of double duelist played around with, at least in Americas, but globally, like you're saying, it's a lot of Viper, double smokes, throw a Sentinel in there, and start shooting at walls. And you hinted a little bit at maybe Bob going back to some Scan Initiator. That's also home territory for Cal, so this is a map where a good Odin player, I'm sure you're bored to death of hearing it by now, people, but you can absolutely take over from that role.
Yeah, if you guys are not familiar with Corrode, if you haven't like played it much or watched too much of it, just think Ascent pre-map changes, like genuinely cardboard walls across this entire map. So I'm excited to see what the approach is going to be. Actually, neither of these teams will be leaning into that double controller. Instead, this is kind of what we expected, maybe out of the side of Hikikimori, really leaning into that double duelist. And then FlyQuest Red take a different approach with Cora, having her leaning into that neon pick and expecting a lot more kind of like set plays, especially with that breach in Ev's hands.
Yeah, the breach is interesting to me because, right, we know that Ev can play the breach, but this is an agent that, while on paper the nerfs looked relatively small to the stun time, it's a lot harder for your teammates to actually capitalize off of that stun. A lot harder to guarantee that one. So honestly, I'm a little surprised to see FlyQuest taking that, Ash.
Me too, and not even just that stun, but even like the slight stun change over to neon as well. It really are those like micro timings that are going to make a difference there for Cora to find that kind of comfort on those entries on the side of FlyQuest Red, with them starting out on the attacking side first. I'm gonna also have my eyes on Lace as well. I feel like on Corrode, there's so much opportunity to kind of worm your way across this map, and a lot of chances to get like insane lurk timings in, something that Lace has been known for historically as well. But Hikikimori, I know we already talked about the double duelist thing here, Ender, but their playstyle on defense is anything but passive when you think about players like Kurosu and Bunny B.
I mean, Kurosu and Bunny B, it's some Isu Yoru action, so super slippery agents. On top of that, you've also got Terror running the Clove,
Yeah.
which is another surprise. So like you were not even hinting at, you were just saying outright, like this team is all about just enabling themselves to go for fights up against you, whereas FlyQuest really do have to bank a lot more off of their teamwork and the utility playing around the Breach Neon Suns.
And I think it does kind of like make sense in a way as well with how cerebral Thea tends to be as an IGL. And that's not me taking anything away from Autumn either. Like, she is an insane IGL. She has so much experience under her belt competing in Game Changers. But I think that there's also almost like that comfort with the fact that she's always worked with duelists like Kurosu, like Bunny B, of that kind of like hyper aggressive energy where it plays really well into her style of calling.
Definitely does. I'm excited to see these two teams duke it out here on Corrode to start it off. We couldn't really start it a better way here at the Verizon VCT Game Changers. Our first match here in the Swiss stage. FlyQuest Red trying to bounce back after stage 1 up against a new Hakikimori roster, totally stacked out with talent, and already get ready to become used to this, because it's all about mid fights on this map. We'll see the Breach, stun in hand, Ev trying to get Cora just sprinting up into top mid, and there's only one player on the B site. Autumn up in tower, all on her lonesome as the rest of FlyQuest continue to flood on in. Hakikimori all ready for the retake though. This map goes quickly, fights act fast, and Hakikimori aren't going to waste any time. Bunny B over in the corner here towards elbow. 2 shots already. I mean, they are just rinsing FlyQuest. It's over just like that.
Such a quick pistol round. I really love the calling coming out from Hakikimori, that quick flood onto site. They're happy to allow FlyQuest to take the space because they know that Cora is going to have that advantage in timing. But a flawless round to kick things off is an incredibly strong start for this team, especially when you have such heavy hitters like Kurosu and Bunny B, 2 players where it's like, yo, once they get started, it feels like there's no stopping them sometimes.
Definitely. Especially if you start to sort of snowball the economy, maybe get an operator online, start getting some of these ults working. You know, Kurosu already has 2 kills there. It's going to be pretty crazy if they can keep this going.
It definitely is. Now, heading into the second round, just looking to poke and prod over towards B main. They really only got any information of what mid looked like in that initial round, trying to flood over towards Autumn. Great job in isolating those lights at the very least.
Yeah, some early kills, but Kurosu is here with the guns in hand. Cora, those found 3 kills into the round. Things are getting real messy. Things are getting sloppy. It'll be a one-on-one. The duelists now, but it's 4 HP on Bunny B. Good thing for Bunny. That spike is out in the open. But now walking straight into it, Bunny B challenges for the 4K and barely squeezing this round through.
And those are the type of plays that you can expect from Bunny B. She's going to look to disrespect a lot of that utility, take those risks and try to catch the other team off guard. A big way to claw that round back for Hakikimori, because FlyQuest nearly steal away that eco round. Now as we head into the next, we're going to see a little bit more like standard play coming out here. The defaults coming in, considering the economic situation on the side of FlyQuest after they invested into that round as well.
Yeah, they spent a lot there just trying to bank off the fact that they could exec into the site. Again, Cora is just punishing Autumn, trying to go for that forward camera. And Cora's made it into the site, as a matter of fact.
Planted.
I like this mid control though that Hakikimori consistently go for. This position through the smoke to be sought out and
what is that? 3 kills from Hakikimori. Those sheriffs not really doing anything, and the sole survivors from FlyQuest are a bit of ways away from the spike now. Late lurk from Lace going through mid. Thea making a whole lot of noise into B main, but Thea's going to need to increase the pressure quickly. It's not going to do much of anything. That'll be 3-0 to start.
Such a strong beginning here for Hakikimori, and that's the risk of trying to force up into that second round for FlyQuest, right? Off the back of that spike plan. So This is where things are going to start to get a little bit more interesting for Fly. They finally have the rifles in hand. There's opportunity to try and cycle up into some of these ultimates as well. With the spike being secured, Ev is slowly crawling up to that Rolling Thunder at the very least. But then you look at the Hikikomori side here, Ender. They've already got that dimensional drift and the kill contract up. The expectation for both of those to come out in this round to try and secure a fourth is something that I completely expect from this team.
That's pretty crazy. Good news for FlyQuest. Hikikomori are taking the bonus on round 4. Not something you see every day. Bad news is, I mean, again, FlyQuest have just free control over this B site. Autumn chose to play up into tower, but Thea teleports up into that, and now a 1v1. As Kurosu's found Korra, this could change the round. Koro's going to take that fight, and now deep into CT, Bunnybee is waiting for this aggression of FlyQuest, takes down Bob, and Hikikomori are just about doing this thing. Now the Dimensional Drift try and spot out these last two players of FlyQuest. Bunnybee spots the first, spots the second, Cal right behind. And now Cal to try and capitalize. Guardian in hand is just distraction for Bunnybee. Cal Sushi is going to take the round, make it 4 for Hikikomori.
Hey, you mentioned that Guardian gameplay under coming out from Cal Sushi, but Hikikomori, they really show their strengths and their ability to flood onto these sites in the retake, and then also just very much so doing such a good job at isolating those players and finding those advantages with the use of utility, whether it's the Prowlers or the Haunt coming out from Cal or the flashes from Bunnybee as well. And the timeout to now be called by FlyQuest Red is no surprise, starting out this new map here, down 4 rounds.
Yeah, it's really frustrating for FlyQuest, I bet, too, because that was their first honest rifle round, you know? Everything else they've just been getting stuffed at with the early buy on round 2. But really for FlyQuest, my question is, how do they actually play out these post plans? Because they've gotten B site every round virtually for free. You know, the breach stun is kind of overwhelming the site. They bullied Autumn a little bit. But it's that second layer forward that hasn't been going.
Yeah, I would really like to see them contest some of the extremities, I think, together as they try and get that plan down. Like, you have to try and push in towards CT, especially when Hikikomori are going for that heavy mid control, allowing FlyQuest to take that site and then looking to quickly flood in after a lot of the early utility gets expended, and catching that timing on the fact that Ev won't have the fault line recharged and the stun's already been used up for that execution, and it leaves a little to be desired from FlyQuest Red as far as utility that they can really be responsive with as Hikikomori push back in.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's moments like this, the early timeouts, where you're sort of tested a lot on a new map. How do you adjust? How do you come up with a new plan? That will be fighting just straight down mid. Korra rips out the laser fists and is going to be in there for the first kill. Again, it's a B hit, this time working in through mid. See what Autumn can do up into tower. Has been fairly quiet so far as this fight into mid goes well, 1 for 1. Hikikomori getting a couple extra up from tower as well. The round settles down after this fight into mid. Hikikomori just continuing to make good work here on the eco, and I don't think Autumn's going to stop. That's a good Cypher trip, pinging out some information, a 3-piece on the round for Autumn.
I know we just saw the timeout come through for FlyQuest, but this isn't the round that they were really looking towards to see the major adjustments, right? Like, the rifles are going to come back heading into round 6, but this next round is imperatively important for FlyQuest to be able to pick up, considering their economic situation. They're stuck in this poor economic cycle where they're on those saves and buys, and need to start racking up a little bit of that momentum here as Hikikomori. If they're able to take this round, they know that they're comfortable going in at least even into the next half.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams have even been favoring attack side on this map as well, so going 5-0 on defense, a good sign. There's a Rolling Thunder for Ev this time around. It does seem like everything's been about setting up the duelist, but it's Lace that finds the first pick. Now a fight into mid. Terror thinking about stepping through this smoke. They could certainly take their timing. Maybe Korra's going to get that one. Corrode with a couple, and Bob on the quick reply should be able to recover the spike.
Oh, having to expend that Nightfall, though, just to ensure that mid is clear, to be able to pick that up comfortably. But look at the stack over on A from Hikikomori. They have that deep cam over towards B. You've got the trips there as well. FlyQuest I mean, they do have the numbers advantage at the very least, but they've also got a little bit of a crossfire here over towards the main choke, and FlyQuest seem to be walking right into the Lion's Den.
Sushi crosses over to Autumn. Could be a game of timings now with this reposition. Somehow Sushi has slipped forward, but isn't looking the right direction. FlyQuest get a couple of kills, and now it becomes Autumn. Needs another 3K to secure this round for Kikimori, but down onto 30 HP. It seems like this gamble to finish into A site for the first time this game has paid off for Fly.
30 seconds
This is nice timing for Autumn as well. Not even securing the plant quite yet. Waiting a little bit longer. The initial tap from Thea allows Autumn 4 to walk back in over towards CT, and now these two players actually playing a little separated from each other. A risk to be taken in a 1v2.
Yeah, up in front of things, but Autumn's not expecting that at all. FlyQuest are going to pick up their first round of the game, and it comes off the back of a nice little 2K for Bob in mid. That sort of delayed fight where Bob was holding her teammates, sees the round through.
Yeah, it was huge to be able to pick that up and respond. For FlyQuest, I also like the change in pace of the first 5 rounds. It was very high octane gameplay. Just
B side.
Yeah, get Corrode in as quickly as possible. But that pause was nice because they know that Hikikimori likes to get aggressive, looks for a bit of that mid information, and allowed the fight to come to them first instead of giving that chance for them to find that timing on the fast flood.
Well, it looks like it might just be another B fight this time around, as the Haunt isn't going to see anything. Quickly, though, scaling. That's a beautiful stun. Corrode was just waiting for that timing to go on through, and it will be 2 kills following forward. Now the peek into B main. Kikimori trying to seize back any control over the map, but it's not going to mean anything whatsoever. FlyQuest win on every single front, except for Bunny Bee. Now they can just move into B side away from her.
Everyone's going to be hightailing it back in, except for Lace waiting for that rotation to come in from Bunny Bee. Fly seem to finally find their footing here. Chaining these 2 rounds together was huge as far as being able to claw back their economic situation. And despite the fact that Hikikimori did have that 5-0 start, with how aggressively they like to fight forward, I feel like a lot of those rounds ended up being close, and they weren't actually able to amass as big of an economic advantage as we would have expected, but you still have a second kill contract now already up for Kurosu. Could see that being pulled out here if Kikimori can manage to find a player advantage.
Over there.
Yeah, Kikimori on their first eco round of the game. Again, stepping up to try and challenge, but it's this timed stun coming up immediately after the Haunt blooms that has just been cooking FlyQuest completely in mid. They have an exact read on this little fight idea that Mori are throwing at them.
Yeah, it's been constant A-Link defaults, right? And Autumn's not going to be able to do too much for the Prowler to come through, and the double swing from FlyQuest now slowly closing the gap. It's up to Hikikimori now to stop the bleeding as FlyQuest attempt to try and tie things up over the next couple of rounds, and the timeout to be called here by Hikikimori. You've got plenty of ultimates on their side. Operator coming out, glass cannon here for Bunny Bee as well. And for FlyQuest, you talked about that stun from Ev. There's also the Rolling Thunder now back into play.
Yeah, matching Rolling Thunder for a Nightfall on the other side. So like you're saying, big ultimates to keep track of into this round. But I also just think Kikimori need to change up their game plan a little bit. Every round, you know, similar to how at the start FlyQuest kept going B and it was failing over and over again. Since the start of the game, Kikimori have just been going for this constant mid pressure, but FlyQuest have found the right adjustment here.
Yeah, they definitely have. Based on the pings, looks like they might be calling for another default. I think what I'm really curious about is where Bunny Bee is going to choose to post up with that operator. Autumn has consistently been playing that Cypher over towards the B side, so maybe a bit more of like an aggressive A main push with the op, try to get a deep sight line on that and contest that ult orb as well. But overall, I think right now, you were talking about that mid fight. I think that's going to be where we're going to keep our eyes, like not have anyone over towards a link on the side of Hikikimori. That's consistently been where that fault line has been defaulted, and the adjustment does come through. They're going to look to fight for those main chokes a bit more first.
Bunny Bee is going to be working over to B site. That's been an area of the map that Autumn has challenged and been punished before. Now Corrode going to be spotted. That'll be a Prowler into a stun combo. Cora scaling quickly off of this one, but can't get the first kill. Rolling Thunder pops out as well. But Kikimori, Terror still waiting here. Can't connect onto the shot. We'll find a little bit with the spam there as Bunny B gets called in and FlyQuest frees the round.
Yeah, Bob is so low now as well, just looking to regroup with the rest of the team. And I like how Kikimori looked to pull back there. Autumn playing extremely safe, knowing that she has the comfort of her utility on that B side. And then on A, you've got both players kind of doubled up over towards elbow. They're more than happy to allow FlyQuest to walk around, playing a bit more conservative, not trying to take any of those risks, and play the retake together.
Two players now working into Link, but Terror reveals their position. Maybe doing a bit of baiting for Bunny B. On the deep line. Haunt isn't going to ping her out, and the shot won't connect. That is an unfortunate miss. Will now be pressured into repositioning while Thea's made her way into the B site. Autumn has been revealed. The neural theft giving perfect information now for FlyQuest to scale on forward, but Autumn is repositioned up into tower. And she has to be taken down before the spike can be planted. Now time becomes a factor. 15 seconds remaining onto the clock. Bob moving around. Thea gets the backstab, and that'll be the spike planted.
Such great timing taken there by Thea. And Bunny B a little bit late on that rotation as well. You can see Lace is just waiting in mid, looking to catch that off guard.
Ooh, unfortunate reload there. Won't end up costing Thea her life. As these lurks continue to come in on themselves, Bunny B's waiting for that one. Things are down into a 2-on-2 now, as Terror's isolated the position of one final player. Paranoia pushes them back, and now out of heaven, here comes Bunny B with the operator. Beautiful shot out of her. And it's Bob with 10 HP remaining. Brought down into the one-on-one. No room to play with whatsoever, but time now. Bunny B's not going to have it. The kill will be there, but the spike is going to go off, and FlyQuest get their 4th round.
Right down to the wire. And FlyQuest, they continue to close this gap off the back of a Hikikimori timeout at that. I like the adjustments under that we saw coming in from Hikikimori. FlyQuest were also ready for it though too. Like, I feel like the change in that fault line position, they go for an attempt at a bit of an A split initially to challenge that main choke, but there was also much more investment that we saw coming out from FlyQuest into that round. None of those ultimates actually ended up being used on the side of Hikikimori, so they will have that ultimate economic advantage here going into round 10.
Bunny B did also hold on to the operator. Early stun again. Autumn has been burned on this line before. Still continuing to play it though, and won't win it this time either. Cora into the site. Terror knocks down a couple, but Cora will take that one. Now punishing off of Kurosu coming out of the Shadow Realm. Bunny B re-aggroes onto the line. Cora is unleashed. That is absolute filth. 4 in the round already. And Kalasushi without much of a hope left. Has to work forward into the off angle. Cora waiting here. Waiting out for the ace. Don't know what this is going to be. It'll be the iBUYPOWER ace for Cora.
What a way to tie things back up here for FlyQuest. We saw the aggression that she was able to bring to the table in those first 5 rounds. They didn't close out the way that FlyQuest wanted it to, but now fully warmed up into this first map of today here for Cora. And the timings are looking good. That communication with Ev and Thea as well. So many pieces of utility that can be used to zone that site and to be able to assist her to have that comfortable entrance in. And again, those adjustments you're talking about, Autumn kind of sticking on that same line over towards B. These are changes that we've got to look to make here as we head into the last few rounds of the first half.
FlyQuest have come back in a big way. Can't let an anti-eco slip over now though. And I think they've done good work. They saw the early aggression coming out of B main. That was a teleport away from Bunny B. Have to be mindful of these close angles, though. Autumn gets a shot off, but that won't be a kill. And B site is completely open now for the taking.
What? Bunny B already teleported over there. She's going to be able to relay this information to the rest of the team. Again, it's about some of those time. Okay. Unfortunate there, but I think this is where we're seeing Hikikimori kind of like falling apart at sometimes. There is just like so much that these players are able to do mechanically, Ender, but at the same time, you see them taking a lot of risks as well, trying to be a hero in these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, ever since FlyQuest just slowed down the pace and played for this mid control, Kikimori have just kind of been walking into FlyQuest crosshires over and over again. And now it's FlyQuest with the lead after winning the last 6 rounds in the row. And if Kikimori are going to tie things up, they need to come up with a plan around their ultimates.
I think that's the thing, it's just a lot of those hero plays trying to come through, and the awareness from FlyQuest that Kikimori players are typically always itching for a fight one way or another. A team that definitely tries to take the pace into their own hands, but yeah, this slowdown when it comes down to that timing has been a struggle for Hikikimori to deal with so far, that starvation of information.
Well, Prowler's going to get some information of a player shooting at it into bot mid. Flores actually snuck up here into Link. A quick flash to set her up onto the line. Tara looks like they want to challenge that one back in, and now a Nightfall popped out from Cal Sushi, trying to catch these players escaping. Bob is repositioned into bot mid though, and it's Cal and squad taking 3 kills around the map.
We've got the neural theft coming out as well. Gonna relay the information that these last 2 players are split up on the side of FlyQuest. A great Nightfall at the very least towards mid. Try and push these players back to reclaim that spike.
That spike is still at Cal's feet. Bob needs to win some fights here to get FlyQuest back into this one. Hasn't found the angle yet, and now Lace getting called back in from her lurk on A. Autumn's gonna see the line first, and Autumn will take 3 to tie things up at the half.
I like that call for the double swing there as well, but this is not how we expected, I think, this initial half to go, with how it was that 5-0 start here for Kikimori, FlyQuest being able to claw things back. But now as we head into the second half here at Ender, this is also where I think Kikimori get terrifying, right? They've been pretty scary when it comes down to that double duelist, but now they get to control that pace a little bit more for the side of FlyQuest. I think I'm going to be curious to see what the trap plays are going to look like with Ev and Thea's utility, trying to deny a lot of those quick skills, a lot of those aggressive fights that we're expecting out of Bunny being Corrode.
Yeah, the breach, not something you always have to think about playing versus on this map. But right now it looks like Ev is just ready for a straight up B main stun. It might not even be a trap play. It might just be off the rip. Here we go. Stun. Haunt comes through, and there goes Cora. Everything about the way FlyQuest plays about setting up Cora to take these early fights, but it's Kikimori winning things out in B main. 2 for 2, and now Thea with some liberties taken down into mid. Bunny B is not looking at that angle, and oh no, where are these shots going? Thea's found him at the end. FlyQuest win their pistol.
Oh, and it's all of these corners that are such a pain on Corrode as well. So many that you have to clear if someone takes the timing to walk out towards mid, towards A main, B, anywhere on the map, really. But it was a nice call from you, Ender, knowing that, or expecting that maybe initial stun to come through. I think a nice play out of the side of FlyQuest as well, because even if they're not stacked outside of B, typically you do have like the Cypher player lurking over there, trying to get a little bit of that information, which means that you at minimum should be winning out the fight against one.
I mean, FlyQuest have just been bullying poor Autumn all game long. It would make sense that they'd switch things over on a defense and still be hunting down on the sides of map, trying to find that Cypher. This time they find an ISO, but the fights are still going to go mostly their way. Bob now scaling in. Cal can't hear a thing. It'll be 3 for Bob, and the rest of FlyQuest have moved up into A-Link. They're just taking over the map entirely.
Yeah, nobody has even picked up that spike yet. They're kind of almost already just trying to search for Bunny B, who's now been spotted over towards elbow. Got that camera here as well, and yeah, I like how Fly, even there, they're playing disciplined. They're waiting for everyone to walk on over to try and get that swing through, knowing how proficient Bunny B can be, even with just a sheriff in hand.
This will be the make or break round, though, I think, for Kikimori. They did buy a little bit in that second round, so it'll be a Guardian for Terror to make sure there's going to be full armor coming through regardless. The rest of the team on some light and some regen. It seems to me like it's a bit of a, you know, spread out approach from a Kikimori. A couple players maybe scouting into mid, but that always makes me concerned against the pace that FlyQuest like to work with. How much they've done to set up Cora for the early fights. And this time, like you mentioned before, it'll be Ev holding for a trap stun off of any contact on this walk down.
And with this walkdown as well, and all this mid control, it's going to be really comfortable for FlyQuest to try and flood back towards this A site through A link. At least even getting the first there is absolutely massive.
Yeah, now Ev with a stinger over an A-Link. I don't really know if we're going to love those deep angles, but we are going to like Thea's walk down into mid. The Cypher is bullied, but it does mean the A site's open on the other side.
Getting that plant at the very least. I think if Bunny B can catch one out over towards A link here, that would be huge, but neither player will actually be walking over into her waiting arms, instead grouping over towards CT with one and the flank incoming here from Bob.
Bunny did hear one player rotate back towards spawn though. So Kikimori are ready for this. Little tag team set up between Terra and Koro. How's this one gonna go? Thea playing off the stun, gets into the site. And this flank isn't coming in quickly enough. The paranoia pushes back Kikimori, but they're right back into the thick of things. Bob needs to get into this fight quickly, but has already revealed her lurk. The haunt coming through the window. Terra and Bunny are ready for it. They take things easily.
Great timing from Terra as well to get that site smoke down, to buy a little bit of that additional time to reposition for both her and Bunny B as well. I am loving that adjustment into the post plant there for Hikikimori. And now for FlyQuest, they're starting to ramp up in some of these ultimates, Hikikimori as well. I think the expectation is that maybe they'll try to see if Kurosu can get that kill contract online into this round and take somebody out of the equation. But with the positioning over towards mid, it doesn't look like it's the priority for now.
Ooh, wow. Terror just explodes Cora's face before the stun even came down. Bob now sprinting into main, trying to reclaim some territory back on map after losing FlyQuest's duelist. That early fight did not go how they were expecting at all, and what it's meant is that all of a sudden, Kikimori have capitalized. They realize it's only going to be a Cypher over on this B site. They're taking control of this territory. But it's lace up in tower, off of the tripwire. Ev in mid as well. Kills are going FlyQuest's way. It's going to force Kikimori forward. Finally winning some fights out as Kurosu takes a couple. There's still so much time left onto the clock. Spike hasn't been planted just yet. Lace inching forward.
Spike planted.
No one's looking at her.
Last player
Ring around the rosy as Kurosu's ready for that all of a sudden. Bob pinches back into Bunny B. I mean, this round is just pure chaos. Fights all around the map with all these lurks on lurks on lurks, and Bob has somehow brought it into a one-on-one.
Nightfall.
Nightfall's gonna ping out the one. Perfect info for Bob to play off. Sees the blood trail, but it's Terror to take it down.
Nicely done by Hikikimori. I like the ideas coming out from FlyQuest as well, though. I feel like we've seen a lot of cool combinations with Thea throwing out that paranoia and then the follow-up off of it, whether it being combined with Bob's haunt that comes through or the fault line, just to make it really uncomfortable for them to try and break that haunt and allowing that recon information to come alive there over towards mid for those fights. But Hikikimori, this is a team where I feel like every player is able to step up into the plate in those final moments of the round. These two teams, we knew it was going to be close, and it is neck and neck so far.
FlyQuest onto the bad buy. Means 4 sheriffs in a trap set up onto A, while Bob has slipped into B main with that judge. Kikimori seem somewhat cognizant of this fact, though they're really taking their time, Ash.
They are. I do like that Bob taking that risk with the judge that you were talking about will be that early signal as well for FlyQuest, except Hikikimori are going to completely circumvent either of those main chokes, instead looking to walk up towards mid, knowing that they don't have the weaponry to contest this space.
Yeah, and they've done this walk without using really any util, so they're not giving any information over to FlyQuest. FlyQuest haven't been able to move away from their A stack just yet. But now what are Hikikimori thinking? Probably a player up in tower? They might not be ready for this B main, but they are. Autumn gets around the corner. You don't expect the Outlaw to win that close range fight versus the judge, but Autumn had the jump on Bob there.
Yeah, a little too focused on seeing Bunny B backing up over towards B main, but the rest of the team looking to play together with those sheriffs that we talked about earlier. Except Hikikomori, they've done a great job to take the CT space, contesting it early on, and making it a little bit more challenging for FlyQuest to push back in.
This is a crazy high-low on top of site with the players looking back into mid. A little bit of wild stuff as Kalsushi is going to find that opener. Hikikomori really entrenching themselves into sight. Rosu getting this forward fight as well. I mean, there's just not a chance in the world for FlyQuest. Hikikomori have made good on battling back after losing so many rounds in a row towards the end of that first half to finally take the lead once again.
Yeah, nice adjustments coming out from Hikikomori. But again, I do think that both these teams in the second half had some great ideas when it comes to how they're looking to contest that space and are reading into each other as well. Rifles back into the hands here of FlyQuest. But for Hikikomori, that kill contract still going to be available here for Kurosu. You've also got the Clove ultimate in the hands of Terror. So lots of opportunities for multiple lives, I guess, in a way, to come in on the side of Hikikomori, really enabling their style of liking to fight so forward and aggressively.
Well, that mid-fight is what I'm eyeing right now. Paranoia ready, and ooh, Bob gets clipped there, down to 12 HP. Overplaying maybe just a bit. But wow, seeing right over the smoke, I think. Boosted on that angle, there are certain, you know, spots where you can see over the bloom of that Omen smoke, and Terror does a great job to find Cora there.
I feel like she's had just such great smoke plays as well, whether it's her own or the enemy team, just like being so cognizant of some of those angles. A little jump spot here from Bob, ready for this with the C's, and proactive with that information as well, kind of anticipating this B main push coming out from Hikikomori.
Might still be able to do a whole lot here with the judge, even on 12 HP. What is that? 2 kills there, and Thea forced to escape up into heaven narrowly, dodging away from the ISO ultimate, but not going to be able to get away from Terror. She finds the resurrect there and isn't going to slow down whatsoever. She has gone all the way back in towards spawn. Some warning shots thrown Lace's way, and now the reinforcements arrive! Plucked out of the sky! What is that from Lace? Off of the sub bench, the super sub has entered the server. Taking down 3, now Kurosu into the 1-on-2. Has to deal with Lace and will. Ev putting pressure down onto the spike. That's going to be a half stick for sure. Pulls away from it at the last moment, and Ev takes the round, but it's all off the back of Lace's work.
The fact that she's able to get 3 there, and Hikikomori, they did have the call for that double swing as well initially, but that first shot to land on the jumping Clove in Terror really set the tone, I think, for the rest of the fight, and now the fact that they're able to tie that one up, that's a round that FlyQuest should not have won. Hikikomori have got to be kicking themselves for that one.
Really unfortunate for them. Trying to go for the jump swing, but didn't work at all.
This goes here.
Now it's, I mean, it's a bit weird still in terms of money. Good outlaw purchase from Bunny B against 4 light armors. 3, I'm counting them at the last second, but that outlaw isn't going to do anything in the hands of a dead person.
I feel like we've seen Bob on a judge like almost all of these defensive rounds so far.
And it's still working. It's still working.
Like, okay, we gotta be prowling around that corner or something, because Bob is consistently pushing out into that B main corner. It's been the same spot every single time, and she's going unpunished too frequently.
3 rounds in a row. And now look where that spike is. I mean, good luck. Terror's not going to do anything. The real terror is the judge in Bob's hand. That is just absolutely disgusting. What Bob was able to do there. Bob, you know, coming back into the scout role, that scan initiator for the team after playing so much duelist for them. And, hey, when you can put a judge in your hand like that, going to be no complaints out of me.
30 seconds left.
Autumn now fully revealed up as FlyQuest continue the hunt, continue forcing forward. There's not even any time. Even if Autumn were able to get a couple of kills, I don't think she's got much chance of playing this round out.
Oh, double digits here for FlyQuest. First, in our first map of today's series. But man, okay. The question is, does Bob play there again, and is she gonna go unchecked? Timeout to be called here from Hikikomori. I think expectation to be a bit of that conversation of how they're handling that B main space as they look to scale up. And then also the fact that on the side of FlyQuest now, that means that with those multi-kills, Bob has recharged into that Nightfall here too. Rolling Thunder for the retake. We haven't really had to see too many retake situations from FlyQuest because it feels like what's working well for them right now are a lot of those early engagements, whether it's over towards B main or some of those mid fights where they're setting up Korra for very proactive aggression as well. And I'm curious to see what direction Hikikomori now take this next round in.
Yeah, because there's so many problems for them to solve. The first half, it was really easy, right? It was just like Korra was getting enabled to go for a ton of crazy fights, it felt like, you know, like all of those stun plays, those fast looks. And we saw a bit of that from FlyQuest at the start of this half too. But since then, with Bob seemingly taking over in the server, there's so many more threats that FlyQuest have on the team than just the stun and run plays that Korra and Ev have been running.
It seems like the solution that we're looking for, at least into this round, is maybe denying Bob from that forward positioning early and trying to catch her off guard as she potentially looks to cross again.
I mean, a dimensional drift with a Bucky in hand is certainly a way of dealing with B main. Be exactly what they need. Eyes on Bunny B here. She's the one to try and get this site for Hikikomori. The Lace has gone unspotted and Bob actually wins that fight. Are you joking? And now Lace enters into the fight as well. FlyQuest have not lost either side anchor in this engage. As more and more players continue to flood on in, that's the Rolling Thunder. Corrode only gets one before being taken down. And Kalsu, she has nowhere to go, stunned up in the center of sight. This round was FlyQuest from the start.
It looks like FlyQuest are just really getting ready to close this map out. Hikikomori struggling to find those answers. Again, it was a good idea, Ender, that they had over towards B main with that scouting that you were talking about in the Bucky. And I feel like FlyQuest, they've done such a good job at conditioning that presence of Ev and Thea over towards A main, paired most often with Korra, whether it's there or mid, that it feels too threatening for Hikikomori when it comes down to so much of like that crowd control utility that is able to come out and slow them down. And so much respect also tends to be given, I feel like, to that bottom mid smoke as well. But taking it a little bit slower this time around for the side of Hikikomori. Again, it's just a little bit of this trap play here based off of Korra's jump spot.
Yeah, the silent jumps as well, so Hikikomori don't know what they're heading into. This will be the round that breaks open the game if Hikikomori lose it. No money left off of that, and here's the stun, here's the team. Korra and crew are melting. That is just absolutely disgusting, and you see the power of the breach, why FlyQuest have gone for it in a play just like that.
Yeah, flawless play for match point here for the side of FlyQuest. And again, don't forget, we started this map 5-0 in favor of Hikikomori. But since we swapped sides, despite those 3 rounds that Hikikomori were able to chain together, it's felt very comfortable for FlyQuest on defense. You can see what Thea has been cooking up with her team, with the utility that they have to work with. Again, constantly pairing that fault line and paranoia together and making it just so oppressive and difficult for Hikikomori to respond in those moments.
Wow, FlyQuest are sprinting through B while Hikikomori goes straight into the A hit. Corrode on the site will be able to find that kill. Hikikomori aren't out of things just yet. It's a 5v3 for them in the post.
Prowler just not going to catch Corrode, who's going to get that timing there on Bob here as well.
Spike planted.
Now Korra slipping in from Link. Another for Corrode. I mean, hey, if you can just take over a round like this, Hikikomori have a shot of tying things up. You're going to have to run this back a few more rounds in a row, though. FlyQuest have some wiggle room. Can't mess around for too much longer.
Ev does have a full kit to play with at the very least, but you just to do a bit of chip damage here.
If people are going to start walking into Ev, all of a sudden they might have a shot here. Good stun, but not actually ready to fight that angle. That's 2 kills. I'm holding my breath for just a moment there, but Hikikomori finally made it up to double digits.
Yeah, nearly lined up there for Hikikomori, but I think Ev also just looking to do a bit of that damage as well because Hikikimori's pockets have been hurting so much. I did like that call to revisit that A main push from Hikikimori after FlyQuest revealed that trap play. They were expecting it not to be set up that way again, have that shift from some of those players, maybe split them up. So very nicely read there on the side of Hikikimori, and it helps when Kurosu does go big. And now it's going to be, again, that move back over towards this A site after they found success the last time around. Still
Seen
a trap
this one
play,
before.
but not as much support as last time, though, Ender. You've only got
That's
two players.
Well, oh, and the stun wasn't even used. It was on a bit of a delayed timer, letting those players come out into the open, but it's going to cost them with Korra falling down early.
I know exactly.
Now Thea using a paranoia to try and repost Ev onto this line. It's not expected. All the way around the world from Ev, and they're still going to be bunkered down on site as more and more reinforcements start to come in. Terra gets the first one. Fighting forward, pushing forward with this map resting on their shoulders. Hikikimori have secured this A site, but not before Thea's been able to get in either. Hikikimori realized 2 players alive, and they've been separated, but it's Bob with the op purchase coming in at the end of the round, and now you've got to swing into her. Good luck. Into a one-on-one now, and Autumn's going to remember that Thea was spotted back in elbow. Now freezing back in spawn. Ash, what is this?
I think waiting to see if Thea's going to bite and use that from the shadows to just TP over towards B. Instead, it's going to be the walk back over, and Thea's so patient.
30 seconds left.
Thea's going to be ready for this. Surely Autumn would have planted on B right now if she was headed there. Surely that would be the case. It's going to be Thea reading Autumn like a book, and FlyQuest taking down this first map.
Really nicely done on the side of FlyQuest to be able to close this round out, and this map there as well. The calls from Thea looked so clean here on that defensive side of Corrode. We really saw, I think, the work that they put into setting up a lot of those trap plays, those proactive plays for those lines to set Korra up for those early fights.
Yeah, and you know, when you have enough rounds of Bob getting 3Ks with the judge in B main,
That
that can ease some of your calling woes as well. Just a solid map, and honestly, coming back after falling down so early on into the first half, it seemed like after that first timeout, FlyQuest completely adjusted their game plan to get things going on the right track again.
Yeah, they definitely did. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to see on Bind here as well. Overall, it was a really close matchup between these two teams. And I think the fact that they're able to bounce back from such a big loss streak at the beginning of the map as well just speaks to the experience that we know these FlyQuest players have, and their ability to really rein in that mental and carry forward that new momentum into the rest of the game.
Well, we'll see if they can keep that momentum rolling. I want to come back after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, it was a good start for FlyQuest securing map 1 after a shaky few early rounds, we'll say. But now, Ash, we're heading over into Bind, and this is another one of those maps that not necessarily new, but entering the pool again. So what are we expecting going into the second map?
I think we can expect something a little bit more standard on the side of FlyQuest. Again, I think they did have a little bit of a different approach from what we've seen the meta lean into on Corrode, but on Bind, I feel like the expectation of like that, the double controller, the brim for Thea usually, and I know that Ev has the reps on that Viper as well. Could also maybe see Lace leaning into that depending on what kind of composition we want to see from them. But I think for the side of Hikikomori, I think they'll continue forward with that double duelist with the expectation. I don't know who's going to be on Raze though. I think that's my big question, Ender.
Yeah.
Because you can't go wrong with Kurosu or Bunny B on the Raze pick.
It's true. It's true. You know, Bunny B has played a ton of both, but on the last map was playing the Yoru, so maybe that makes some sense. The Yoru Ray is the typical double duelist option when you're heading into Bind, unless you're silly old Paper X and playing Reyna. But I don't think Hikikomori are on the Reyna train, right?
I mean, it depends. It depends. I know on Icebox they're on the Reyna train, so you never know.
It's true. It's true.
You never know. I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table, though. I think FlyQuest has a lot of experience on Bind. Thea herself has a lot of experience calling on this map. Of course, neither of these teams have any recent footage on it because it's just re-entering the pool here as well. So I guess the curiosity is, are they going to be leaning into something new? Are they going to be leaning into the standard Bind that we know and love, like from beforehand, more moving into those like old ideas with the double controller, double like flash initiator that we tend to see on this map? I know that the Gecko Sky can be a pretty popular combination, if not swapping out for that fade.
Yeah, definitely. And I know that at least for Cal Sushi, there's plenty of fade reps on this map. We also played like the Gecko back in the day, so that wouldn't be like a crazy thing to come out. I know that Cal loves a little bit of Gecko, so we'll have to wait and find out what that ends up being. But honestly, I'm kind of thinking for Hikikomori that Bind's typically a slower paced map. Maybe then Corrode might give them a little bit of better options to play against, especially if Cora is just being set up as well as we saw her being set up in that opening map.
Yeah, that is for sure. I think I'm going to be curious about like the TP usage here as well, especially if Bunny B does lean into that Yoru. So potential for like those trap plays outside of hookah, outside of showers, and then have that ability to get out for free after that initial engagement for like some sort of like crunch attempt to contest that space. But yeah, I feel like this is kind of what's exciting about the first day, Ender. The fact that we get to see the two maps, one being completely brand new, one returning to the pool, as well as the fact that nobody really knows what to expect, and these teams aren't really able to prep against each other for it either.
And you know what? In case you forgot what Bind looked like, this is what Bind looks like. There's a lot of sand. It gets everywhere, so you got to keep that in mind. We've got our agents locked in, Cal on the Sky, and we're just running back the same comp as Corrode, except Cal's on Sky now.
I'm really surprised that we're not seeing either of these players like pulling out the Raze, honestly. Like, I feel like that Raze is just such like a standard pick for Bind, but also the fact that like both these players are so iconic on that agent, but maybe again leaning into the fact that Kurosu, with a lot of that aggression, having that shield that's able to come up for the ISO, has been such like a game changer in so many of those engagements that we saw them going for on Corrode 2, giving them that additional little protection to overstay their welcome and win out a lot of those battles. So I think also going head to head against the Raze, that ISO shield is really annoying to deal with when you're trying to like it's great counter for the showstopper. That's like one big thing.
Hikikomori have all the cheater agents, right? You have like the teleport to escape. You've got a shield character. Clove can heal herself. Like, what's going on there? Whereas FlyQuest have gone back more to the basics, I would say. Ev is off the breach and onto the Viper, slowing things down. But Thea does play the Astra on this map. That's an old classic for her, even back to like the EG days when she started calling. Has always enjoyed playing that Astra. So there are some options to still have that long range support with that agent locked in.
No, for sure. I think especially starting out on the attacking side, the Astra utility is going to be huge into that.
Yeah, look at
post
Shower
plant.
right now with the star. It's
Just
down
the
there, and that's
connectivity.
exactly the right place for this early fight. Hikikimori have 3 players on this side of the map, and Cal could even teleport into things 1-for-1 to start things off as Bob jumps away. A flash through the teleporter. Cal Sushi has been locked out of the round. Bob with a few, and Kurosu still hunting down, but overextending into Showers has left this side open.
Autumn's just been hard anchoring over towards that B side as well. Now there's an opportunity to take that space over towards CT on top of that. And they might
It's
even
just
just
a
be
mess.
tap and
Pushing
walk
back
over.
into tiles now, and Autumn sprinting into spawn, fully prepared for this one. Ev wins the fight, but Kurosu got 2 into the back. And now with the spike back in hand, Ev is going to sprint back towards the B side, but Kurosu has exactly the right idea, exactly the read on this one. Shots traded, and Kurosu is quick on their heels. Absolutely
game of
wild
tag.
that Ev's going to have the time to put this spike back onto the ground, but won't have time to retreat. This fight is going to come quickly. Kurosu inching forward and wins! Unbelievable!
A 4K here for Kurosu, and on top of that, with the defuse here as well, just 1 away from the kill contract heading into the second round of this match. It was quite the fight to start things off there over towards Showers. We talked about those potential flashes, those crunch plays. FlyQuest with the stun that Thea had placed down with the star was a really heads up play to try and deny that angle early on, and it was really that back and forth that came on through, and surprising, I think, for FlyQuest to also not take that round away, considering they were in that 3v2. They were trying to isolate that fight over towards CT, but Kurosu's such a hero in those moments.
And surprising maybe to see FlyQuest force again in round 2. They lost this in the same situation back on the first half of Corrode. This is something they've been doing for a while. Quick shot takes Corrode down very low HP, but Cora's not slowing down. Look at that star! The cross-map setup from Thea is immaculate, and FlyQuest have just trounced the A site.
Spike planted.
Very early usage of that Trailblazer as well to try and clear out over towards back site, but FlyQuest aren't going to look to take the timing on it. Instead, maintaining control of U-Haul here. 2
This
players
retake is
waiting.
going to be awkward too.
Yep.
Flash does get a ping into Showers. Autumn scales forward, but these shots, they're not fully connecting. Continually traded, and now, without any control into lamps, Autumn's got to get something done. That outlaw of her teammate smoked off. Now Lace turning things around. FlyQuest make this force pay off.
They definitely do. I did like the idea from Hikikimori. You had Terror throwing down that clove smoke over towards you front lamps, making it a little bit difficult to actually hold that crossfire, but Hikikimori weren't able to actually flood on in time, and the recall smoke coming out from Thea as well, just to give that false sense of security and make it a little more awkward for Hikikimori to get those positions to fight those FlyQuest players. But the force pays off this time around. Now they're looking extremely comfortable into this next round. I like this walk up.
Yeah, walk-up's kind of everywhere right now. Nice shot out of Terror. And FlyQuest aren't in a great position to capitalize into B. Sure, they've got 3 players here, but no control into Hookah makes actually controlling the B site really challenging. Especially now that a teleport has come back into Elbow. Autumn repositions down onto the box. Cora now down to so little HP, needs to stay alive here. Needs to get out into the site, but at the same time, Terra has slipped the net. Terra's right into the thick of things. Where are those shots going? Cora somehow alive, living inside of the Matrix. And now all this pressure onto Bunnybee. 4 kills for Cora on that little HP is simply ridiculous. But still, these players are isolated. That teleporter coming into use as Thea gets out of dodge. FlyQuest have gotten away with murder there.
Yeah, and both players now going to look to regroup over towards A. You can see that Kurosu is aware of the fact that Lace had that opportunity to thread the needle. And now they're able to comfortably look to play a bit further back. At the very least, the vulnerable's still available there for Kurosu. So there is a chance to try and connect that suppression onto Thea and have that potential star not be of use going into this post plant.
Hey, if you can get one pick too, Corrode can just, well, I was going to say, ult the other one, force that one-on-one, ignore the time play, but Lace had other ideas.
Nicely done there for the side of FlyQuest. But again, it just comes right down to the wire. It felt like a very similar story on Corrode as well. Always coming down to the last handful of players on either side, and the rare flawless round coming in for either team too. But again, just so consistently neck and neck, so well paired between these two teams here. Now this is where we expect that kill contract to potentially come alive, right? You see how far back Rose is playing, maybe looking for that signal over towards A short, but instead it's going to be the guiding light to garner a bit of information over towards B long, and the players actually grouping in Hookah to maintain that control.
I dropped the spike.
FlyQuest are taking B long virtually uncontested, but just like last round, it comes without any guarantees. Over Hookah, here we go, one-on-one, it's time. But who better than Bob to face down against Corrode? This time not gonna happen, as Corrode takes up that fight. But the rest of the map is awkward now. Kikimori have to call 2 players back into the A site because of that lurk kill.
Yeah, and they had so quickly rotated off of A here as well. Kikimori now looking to sit further back, knowing that they'll have a bit more comfort in playing that retake scenario together. Finding some of those fast floods that we saw there on Corrode.
Disrespecting this one way a little bit.
Enemy down.
And maybe disrespecting it too much. Kurosu had repositioned after that early fight, and now he's actually going to get 3 kills onto the round. Sure, Core is here, but that's not for long. Kikimori done everything they need to sit comfortably here with 20 seconds remaining. Now not even playing away from the site. Not giving any fights over to Thea to just choke her out of this one.
Really nicely disciplined. Really nice discipline on the side of Kikimori for that fallback to come on in. They might be able to get that spike secured, but the expectation for this full sandwich to come on in should make it difficult for her to reposition comfortably.
That is a judge in Autumn's hand. So just working a bit of a distraction angle on the other side. Thea now not revealed. They are going to be fully prepared for this one. Cal Sushi puts a few extra bullets into the dirt as Kikimori tied things up.
A little run and gun moment there to try and catch Thea off guard, but yeah, tying things up here for Kikimori. An important round for them, so FlyQuest don't continue to amass that lead. And on the side of Fly as well, you've got that showstopper now online. You've got the Nightfall at that. That's always a really potent combination where you can follow those trails with the rocket, and we know how good FlyQuest has been with setting Korra up on these pushes. Of course, the pacing a little bit different here on Bind because you don't have that same kind of high octane gameplay that you can follow up with those breach stuns and whatnot.
Well, a little bit of octane here. Oh my god! Right into Terror's face. Luckily, Kurosu's there for the trade and continuing to connect on some of these shots. Good bang through the wall there from Bob is going to open up some of the site and access the Nightfall. Bunny Bee, without any audio to play with, has been forced back to play arm in arm with the rest of her teammates. Here comes Autumn, though. First kill goes her way. Now a flash, some support from Cal, but Thea hasn't been dislodged just yet. Thea finally falls as Lace is still sticking things through. Into Lamp, sees the one out onto the wide angle, but it isn't enough to take the round.
Nicely done. A nice attempt from Lace as well to try and claw that one back, but
Idiots.
I think the fast flood, again, that's where we've seen Kikimori shine in a lot of those retake scenarios. Once Fly does get that plant secured. And so much of that also just lies on the shoulders of Kurosu to even get those few multi-kills at the beginning of the round, try and even up those numbers when FlyQuest initially found the advantage taking out Terror right off the gate. I think that what I'd like to see as well from Kikimori is a little bit more of that ebb and flow, maybe trying disrespecting this toxic screen, which is something that they're going to be looking towards this time around, towards A short, and not give those opportunities for that lurk up.
Yeah, they've also got to get in front of the orb that's being put on Lamps too, because Ev is doing the setup that just commits all of the Viper utility onto A short to try and blow this up. Wall has come down early, as a matter of course, though.
I like how both ciphers are just at a stalemate. Trips on either side of Hookah,
Yeah.
just aware of the fact that someone likes to swing out.
Well, someone's got to break the stalemate, and it's actually going to be over into Showers, which has allowed Ev to slip forward. Smoke down is not in time. Great lurk, capitalizing off that fight into Showers, and while Bunny B has teleported into Heaven, there's no way to get back in here before the spike goes down.
Oh, that back sight, Viper's Pit as well, just makes it so daunting for him to push back through.
Bunny B really getting in front of things there. Don't know if I love that one, especially the Outlaw in hand. Viper's Pit is a serious problem. On the eco as well. Good spam from Cal Sushi, and now those Seekers ripped. 3 alive gives perfect info for Cal to try and play off of. Now having to be the hero for Hikikomori, especially in a 1-on-3 now. Worried about their back. What a shot from Cal! Snappy and quick onto things. But now the clock is working against them, and a trip in their face. Nothing doing in this round. FlyQuest are going to take it.
I was kind of surprised that we saw the Seekers invested into that round as well, but that walkout timing from Ev was everything over towards that A site. And Money's getting in an awkward situation on the side of Hikikomori. We still have that. Well, actually, it's a new kill contract up now here for Corrode, second one here. It's so hard to keep track of them.
Is never unemployed. You
No,
gotta give him credit.
No, for real. It feels like you see it up like every couple of rounds. It's easy to lose track of how many they're actually getting online.
Well, let's do it one more time. Sign the paperwork. And yeah, job done. As simple as that.
Sign, seal, delivered.
Same time, look at Bunny Bee just going flying into spawn, getting all of these ultimates online. Get some good info now on to Lace. Pops out of that one. Oh, that could be grim. 3 players now from Hikikomori have also pushed out of Hookah. I mean, Hikikomori wished they were on the attacking side, it seems, and what it's allowed is FlyQuest to take some serious space back in towards Elbow onto this B side, but they've got to be concerned about the late wrap.
It's all about that timing, but I think the risk here as well is the fact that Bob's alone on site, spike in hand. Gonna go for that back site plant at the very least.
Ooh. Corrode with a third onto the round. It's an awkward one to try and call your way out of. Especially now, 3 on the flank, 1 coming in through spawn, and I mean, you can't call against what Corrode's doing. Corrode with 4 kills already into the round. They are hopelessly isolated away from the spike. We'll try and pull a player away from that one. But now it's just too little, too late. It feels like the ace now for Corrode. Corrode means to kill, and it's Hikikomori to take a 4th.
High by power ace here for Corrode, like you were talking about. And we had that discussion earlier before Agent Select of if we were going to see either Corrode or Bunny B onto that raise, a staple agent for them on this map with how explosive they can be with her double satchels. But I think 17 and 5, we know exactly why they've got Corrode just locked in on that ISO. So many opportunities to try and like refresh that shield, go for another swing, that aggression that is constantly catching FlyQuest off guard, and the first time out to be called Tira Bind.
This is just a monstrous showing from Corrode. I mean, we saw it towards the end of Corrode as well, but nothing like this. Nothing like the 17 and 5 scoreline. Now, if you're on the other side of things and you're dealing with this Hikikomori team with a Corrode that's playing so well, what kind of switch ups are you looking at coming out of this timeout?
I think that's kind of tough. I feel like we've seen FlyQuest really leaning into these default plays, just trying to work the map and put as much pressure as possible by the lurks that we're seeing from Lace and Ev over towards short, or whether it's they're actually present there or using that Viper utility to try and block off those lines of sight. I would like to see them maybe changing the pace a little bit. I feel like we haven't actually seen a fast round out of the side of FlyQuest, but off the back of a timeout, that could also be something that Hikikomori read into very comfortably.
Yeah, apart from like the Raise, Rocket, and Showers play. That was the only one that was off the ultimate. We'll see what happens here. Nice shot out of Autumn, but the trap is still waiting behind it. So far, maybe not expecting Corrode. There we go. Corrode slipping down in towards long, and as soon as This corner is cleared. The rest of Hikikimori have to realize that the A hit is underway. And Bunny B is waiting here with the shotgun. First player comes into her crosshair, jumping around, looking silly. I mean, it's a bouncy castle over in the lamps for Bunny B. That's not a clone. That's not a clone at all. Oh dear, and Bob might have found an opening. Nothing doing in the end there as another goes Hikikimori's way.
Hey, is it a Bunny B Yoru game if she's not trying to fake clone at least one time?
Sure, why not? We'll give it to her.
I mean, if there's a round to do it, it's going to be that one. But you know what? Kill contract, guess what? It's back up, Ender. Like you were saying, never unemployed here for the side of Kurosu. And I feel like that's a big part of the puzzle as well, is Kurosu's just winning out every single ultimate that they're throwing onto the table and putting FlyQuest in a position where they're down at least one player. And even after that, I feel like they're usually so quick to follow up with another pick as well, and just continue on with the momentum.
Quick showers dive, but Terror's waiting for it this time around. FlyQuest need to keep going, need to win out in this fight, but it's not going to happen. And now the Resurrect comes through, Bunny with a knife! With Bunny with 2 knives! What in the world just happened?
Hold on. Okay, we're gonna have to go back and clip that one. Like, I know that we're not able to pull the replays right now, but that is... I just want to know how the second one happened too. Like, I can understand the chaos of the first, because they're like flooding into the players who were pushing in from short or front sight, trying to deal with the showers control. But the second one, I got questions.
I have to know. I just don't understand what I just witnessed. Nothing makes sense anymore. And FlyQuest out of the timeout, that's how you lose? Well, here we go. There's a kill contract on top of some extra shots being rained down on. Just short, hold on a second. Terra might have to be the player to keep things collected now for Hikikimori after losing a couple on the anti-eco. Now that deep wall with Terra in front of it isn't going to accomplish much. Matter of fact, Terra might be using this wall to her advantage. Great mobility on the A site. It's forced FlyQuest out of this round.
Yeah, Terra in a 1v3 as well. Looks to walk back over towards A, but the thing is, we've seen Autumn set up over towards that B site every single round, so it's a comfortable stack here for Hikikimori. It would take a miracle for FlyQuest to be able to take this one home.
Well, who better to make a miracle happen than Thea here on her signature pick of the Astra. Has 1 star to play with. That's not a lot. But with the pole coming back online, at least maybe she could play around the timing of that. Is going to get information. Double teleports coming through. And you can see she changed her mind already. Now that star goes down into Hookah, realizing exactly what is going down. These players, I mean, Cal is not going to find Thea with the dog. This could be a big, big issue. Trying to jump now out of heaven. Thea can't quite isolate the fight. And that's going to pose serious problems. 4 on the round for Terror. See it through.
She was incredible on this round, and I feel like we're also seeing why Hikikimori lean into this Clove pick here as well. We saw it on Corrode, now onto Bind here for Terror. She's a heavy hitter player, that is for sure, having great mechanics, and I think it just lends to that kind of hyper-aggressive style of this team as well. If Terror goes down early on, there's still going to be those smokes to be used within that Clove radius at the very least, so a little less punishing to have your controller player being aggressive with the 2 duelists.
FlyQuest need to channel some of the energy they had back in the first half of Corrode to come back and keep things competitive into the half, but it'll have to be through this operator. Camera in broken before it sees any info. I don't think there's any idea that Bunny Bee could be on this line, but now the showstopper, this time going into the back of sight, but there's the shield! What a counter! Korra can't do anything against that. Kurosu just dominating here, but now out of bullets. The rest of the team coming online. Hikikimori are just crushing. The entire play drawn up from FlyQuest Red, useless in the face of Kurosu's shield.
Last round in the half.
We talked about how powerful those shields can be up against that Raze utility, and is a prime example right there. Again, we even had that discussion about, okay, what would it look like if FlyQuest looked to try and change that pace in these rounds? And Hikikimori were just so quick to respond to that change in tempo. Now, totally switching things up for the first time, we're going to see, or one of the first times, we're going to see Autumn leaning over towards that A site and have the two duelists actually looking for that B fight. Off's going to be revealed.
I don't know if you like Corrode being here. Oh, okay. Good little double peek there. Bob gets the opener. And now with Kurosu out of the server, all of a sudden, all of FlyQuest let out a huge sigh of relief. It doesn't seem like they want to speed things up here. I mean, look at Spawn, by the way, where Thea is. Literally still buying her gun, it looks like, Ash.
Well, she was originally posted outside of showers, and they knew the op TP'd over, so she couldn't quite reposition yet. And it slowed FlyQuest down so much. And you look at the insertion that we have over towards A shore as well. Ev is going to be able to relay some of that information if they do hear the rotations from the A players. No, not with the trap triggered.
Ev revealed up. Cal Sushi wins out into the fight, so things have been equalized now. Without that lurk, FlyQuest, it's time to move into this B site now. Keep your eyes on Terra and keep your eyes on Bunny Bee, who is now getting brilliant information for the rest of Hikikimori. Cal Sushi teleporting off of that ulti as well is just a thing of beauty. Bob now backed into a corner. 3 is all she'll get, and 3 is all FlyQuest will get in this first half.
It's an incredibly comfortable first half here for Hikikimori. I think I like the idea. You have Ev inserted. You know what? Triggers the tripwire. Not exactly what we were looking for out of the lurk, but it did draw some of that attention. What surprised me was that FlyQuest committed to actually throwing the haunt to clear over towards B long, worried still about that operator, and that was just the signal for Hikikimori to actually stop that rotation, pull back over towards that B site. Now, this next pistol round is so important for FlyQuest to pick up. And they're not going to have that cushion to be able to try and force up into that second round as per usual, where you get the extra money from that spike plant either, if they aren't able to take this pistol round.
Well, right now, Hikikimori, 4 players pinching their way towards B, just leaving Autumn on a late A contain. Double swing should have seen a shoulder there onto Ev. This camera actually being taken out of the equation. This wall comes down. A whole lot is about to go down, it seems. Smoke now onto the site. Pop flash through. Here comes Hikikimori, but this really nice off angle. Blaze is just chewing up Hikikimori. I mean, brilliant work out of her and Bob. That pistol round they needed has arrived.
Just Autumn left here now.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, not much you can do. You got like 3 players hopping into hookah.
And they just keep coming as well. There's Bob to see the round through.
Great round for FlyQuest to pick up to try and come back into the second half. I think the other thing that we are going to have to keep in mind here for FlyQuest as well is because Hikikimori aren't running the Rays, it does make it a lot more comfortable for them to look for those backside B repositions because they don't have that same nade that they would have to worry about otherwise. So definitely something that Hikikimori are going to have to keep in mind if they do look towards those B hits.
We must be better
Yeah,
now.
not even like Viper mollies either to push you out of tube. It really is difficult to clear that site. Maybe a part of why Hikikimori were throwing the site smoke down itself just to reduce some of those angles. That might be a consistent issue for them. Not running the Rays is just actually capitalizing and getting into space. You can see a little bit of that in a round like this as they've been hopelessly trapped here. Bunny Bee on approximately 0 HP. We'll hightail it out of there with the spike.
I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, no HP to really fight. Even from a distance with a Stinger, Bob's going to be able to close that one out. And it was a great play. I think the utility coming out from there, the concussive blast out from the Astra over towards Showers. The timing was perfect for when Hikikimori were looking to flood past the smoke.
FlyQuest, I was wondering if it would be a true bonus or if they'd be upgrading into really anything. It does seem like Bob has gone for Actually, changes her mind. Goes down from a Phantom into just the Guardian, making sure they're going to be set for the rest of this half. It's not going to give them a lot of wiggle room to play with here. Hikikomori continuing with this default. 4 players heading on to the B side, but this time repositioning, not leaving anyone up in hookah, just sending a clone in there. The rest of the team is ready to fight down into long.
It was a nice Viper's Molly to come out with a snake bite just so nobody could actually follow up against that dog too and add that pressure, not knowing if someone has maybe even crossed back over towards long.
Yeah, and Lace is actually pushed back up into hookah, so getting really good info on how Hikikomori are playing this round out, getting this crazy timing, but Terra actually had her gun out. Now that timing means virtually nothing. Ev also down onto 11 HP, so FlyQuest really licking their wounds right now. As this hit is just about to get underway. Again, very hard to scale into the site. Hikikomori have plenty of flashes, but not a lot of extra utility to capitalize off of, so they are more than happy to greet these re-peaks that FlyQuest are going for and use those kills to scale on forward.
We've got Thea signaling with the TP here as well, and just the Outlaw to try and retake from CT. That damage should be done, taking Terra down just to 20 HP left.
There's a world here with so little HP. But that off angle abuses Korra, and Thea also not long for this world. So Hikikomori get up to 10, but remember FlyQuest did go for the true bonus there. So they should be fine coming out of this.
For sure. There's also just an interesting even start to that round because we saw Bunny B like kicking things off with the judge as well on the attacking side, and I kind of had questions about how that one was going to necessarily play out, but right now I feel like it's interesting how we're seeing both these teams play like that ebb and flow on the map, right? Really just trying to walk up in a lot of those spaces, and Hikikomori very aware of those moments as well. Very deep trip over towards Shower is going to need a signal to fall back towards backside here for FlyQuest.
Hikikomori ready to move here into A quickly. Look at Bunny B strafing back and forth. Just dancing a bit there onto Ev, but Lace is still a problem. A real nuisance. Backing away from this smoke. Deep onto the site. Now that's 3! The super sub, again, has just been ridiculous. Lace has been completely unleashed. Another one going on forward. It is the iBUYPOWER ace for Lace.
What a way to take that round in her own control for the side of FlyQuest. Lace, I mean, a lot of that also comes down to like the smokes that were being thrown down there by Thea, the trying to find that support and be able to play around some of those trips that were a little bit deeper for Hikikomori to walk into there as well. I don't know if you noticed, but on the map there were like 4 smokes down on that A site at one point, and there were the mid-site smokes that they was throwing down on top of the Showers one, and it just gave so many opportunities for Lace to weave in and out and reposition to try and isolate those players.
Absolutely wild stuff. We've seen some heroics. I mean, this series, that's our 3rd ace of the series, by the way. If anyone was counting, we've played 1.5 maps of Valorant, so we got some cracked out players here, and it's kind of what you expect. FlyQuest Red always are really a title contending team. I think stage 1 was the first time they ever dropped out so early into an event, and I've got a lot of faith in this Hikikomori roster as well to make a deep run. So get used to seeing these 10 players in the server. Well, maybe except for Lace. She's stepping in last second, but you can always count on her too to have a big game, stepping up when no one expected her to even be playing.
For sure. I think a big part of your shout there as well is the fact that this matchup for day 1 of Swiss is one that we would have expected to probably see again in the main event stage as well once we hit playoffs, right? This is something where we're going to see these two teams, one of them find their revenge after this series does wrap up. At least that's the expectation.
It's you and me.
Oh, here we go. Kill contract, and that found Korra. Corrode versus Korra. Who's going to take it on this one? It's going to be Korra. As Terra has actually gotten one onto the B site. Now, speeding forward is Bunny B. Dimensional Drift sees 3 players, and the call comes in immediately to go back into this lurk on the A side. Bunny B, are we actually committing onto this one? It looks like it, with a stinger in hand just sitting here in spawn. Now look at Lamps. Ev wins out on the fight, so maybe this ult into the back lines isn't going to amount to much of anything. Some damage is going to be all it'll be at the end. Now Terra, overhealed, decides not to fight up into pipes. Pinged away by that camera dart. Has revealed the position back into Lamps. Lamps and they have already been chipped away at. Now a dog sees 2 players. Cal Sushi needs to show up here. It is time for Cal to get something going, but it won't quite be there. Terra with 3 onto the round. Is it another ace? It's already 4 kills.
Low vault.
And a spike to give some space. Terror has so much to work with here. Going for the timing on the half stick, but Waits is just sticking the entire thing. It's a back-to-back ace. Terror gets her revenge. Another iBUYPOWER ace. That's 4 in this series.
4 in this series, 3 on Bind alone on top of that. That's just insane. Like, the fact that these players are able to just step up in such a big way. Not only that, 2 knife kills on top of that too have happened in this map ender. Like, I guess this is a huge welcome back to Bind here. Back to Game Changers.
It's a very normal game of Valorant. I think everyone, you should expect to see 3 aces in one game. I guess I just saw a clip of the other week where there were 3 back-to-back-to-back aces in EMEA. We couldn't quite get that done. But this map is also not over yet, Ash.
Yeah, you don't know. Could happen this round. Might get that 3-peat. I like the scale up, though, where it's belong at the very least. The flash past that contingency wall as well, but Bob's still posted on the angle. Nice signal from Ev with the snake head to try and split these players up, forcing that utility out a little bit early on. And off that, Hikikimori read into that stack here towards the B site.
Marshall up into heaven. Can't imagine much is going to be able to accomplish there against the full buy. Hikikimori have certainly taken their time, and now that smoke, very annoying. There is an angle to get out there onto Rafter, but I don't think that Thea is going to really have much of a shot at that one. Hikikimori play correctly to get away from that trap setup onto B. Now just have to be prepared for the quick retake.
Spike planted.
Early ISO vulnerable has slowed things down considerably. If there was ever a time to go farming for an ace, well, it could be Terra again. That's 2 kills already. Terra goes down, though, pulls up with the res. But already, one has been stolen away from her. No back-to-back-to-back ace. It's a tragedy here on Bind. The real tragedy is that, you know, this round is impossible for Thea to play out.
Yeah, tough on that eco there for the side of FlyQuest. And match point now for Hikikimori. Last map on Corrode, FlyQuest is able to take that 13-10. And now Hikikimori, the ones looking to close Bind out to guarantee that they can go to that decider in Haven. A timeout to be called here from FlyQuest. You've got that showstopper back up here for Cora. We've seen what she's able to do with it before, but also how Kurosu's been able to kind of bait it out and get that counter with the shield on top of that. There is the Cosmic Divide in play here for Thea. Curious to see which site these players are going to lean towards, though, because I feel like we've seen a couple of like heavy defaults towards one side where they rotate back over a little bit later in the round, but for the most part where Hikikimori have been starting, they have also been ending.
Yeah, just maybe taking things slower on the eco rounds, but they have done a lot of these sort of freezes into rehit or like waiting out the Viper utility. Yeah. I think that's something that you have to give some respect over to from Ev, is that Ev has been pretty consistently, especially on that B side, throwing that forward orb and, you know, playing that jiggle line like we saw in the last round to make it more challenging for Hikikimori to quickly scale into the space. What I'm curious about is what Fly can cook up here with the showstopper. We saw the last time it was used, I think it was actually last half, and it just got completely eaten up by a shield. This time, actually have Bob slipping up into short and finding a couple of beautiful kills. Great work out of FlyQuest on the openers.
I like that proactivity for them this round. I think you look at those two ultimates as well, and Hikihimori might be reading into like a retake position, so very much so catching them off guard with some of those forward positions.
Now someone has to step forward from Hikihimori.
Enemy remaining.
Find a kill to get back into the round, and it will be Cal, but unfortunately, Cora is right there and ready to get that one. Autumn might just be forced into a save now. There's not much of a hope into this round, although looking at the money of FlyQuest, any damage you can do here is nice. There's a bit of a bank for a Kikimori to lean back into, so we're going to go for it, but Ev is lying there and ready. 5 still to go if FlyQuest want to force OT.
Yeah, it still is quite the climb here for FlyQuest. The two ultimates that we talked about didn't need to be expended in the last round. Hikimori going to be on a half buy here as well, looking at those stingers into this one. We've also seen what these players can do with the stingers too, especially when Bunny B is looking for those like flash teleports into sight, trying to get past some of this utility and catch the other team off guard in FlyQuest. So I'm genuinely not even counting them out necessarily for this round. This is a team where they could make it happen.
Look, I like 4 of the 5 stingers. I don't like Cal Sushi getting a stinger. Show me that GC share, Cal. I too crispy for the stinger for my taste, but well, here's that showstopper. Oh dear, it's useless again. That could be a serious problem, especially with the Kikimori zooming on into the site. I mean, it's they in a 1-on-4. Those stingers absolutely crush FlyQuest and are going to bring us to a decider on Haven.
Hey, there's a reason why it's my favorite weapon in the game. It's so fun to see the stingers come alive, but then they also just have this very laissez-faire attitude about them on the side of Kikimori, right? So when they've got those eco weapons, you know that they are full sending it. They are not going to care. They're going to catch you off guard without a lot of those plays, and it works out really nicely for them to take us to our decider in Haven here, Ender.
I mean, just a completely different vibe, I think, than we got on Haven. Kind of blowing FlyQuest out of the water for a bit there. We've got a 3rd map coming up underway, though. I mean, this series, we've got 4 aces already. We're going to get at least 2 more. That's a guarantee. Don't miss it. We'll be back.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
All right, well, I know before the break I promised that we'd have at least 2 more aces. I've been reminded that I can't actually promise that, but I can say there's a very likely chance of that happening. We've had 4 aces already in 2 maps. I mean, Ash, what did we just between the 3 aces on bind and Bunny Bee getting double knife? That was a crazy map.
It was insane. I think what's even crazier is you look at these first kills and the lack of conversion on the side of FlyQuest off of those player advantages in the early round. And I think what it says about Hikikomori's able to respond in those moments, and so much of those moments where they are losing out on that first engagement, it was Corrode, the player, to be biting back for Hikikomori to bring them back into so many of those rounds. There's a reason why they were top of the leaderboard. I feel like that 26 and 14 almost doesn't even give Corrode justice for how much work they were putting into that first half of Bind Tier Ender, because it was like 6-6 at one point, and Corrode was going absolutely insane in the server.
I don't remember what Corrode finished the first half at exactly, but I remember looking at the scoreboard at one point, and it was a 17 kill to 5 death KD. Just absolutely ridiculous. But we've got to shout out Corrode for getting our first ace of that game. We've also got to shout out the back-to-back aces between Lace and Terror, because what Lace did in that one round, sort of anchoring onto the A site, was ceaselessly impressive. I thought, playing around really nicely all the smokes that were littering the site.
Yeah, that was the big thing, right? And the fact that you had like the kind of bunkered in cipher trips there as well that were kind of just hidden by those smokes that Thea was throwing down for her. And
the fact that she's subbing in the first place.
It's just crazy. You know, she has so much experience under her belt though, and it's insane the fact that like she's just able to perform so well hopping into today's series. And you were talking about the reason why we're highlighting Terror and Lace because of their back-to-back aces, but it also felt like there were so many interactions between these two as well. Those times where we had Hikikomori on defense, and it was often Terror was going to be the one who's like anchoring over towards that A site, where Lace was typically trying to like lurk up, and then the ability for either of those two players to make the call off of each other depending on who fell first.
Yeah, or even like going back to what we were talking about at the start with the first kills being, you know, weighted towards FlyQuest in a way. I think a lot of those rounds was a lot of like teammates next to Terror like falling early on, and then Terror, boom, 2 kills, 3 kills, like swinging the rounds back very, very quickly. So it was consistently high impact round on round from Terror's side, and I think the combo piece between Terror and Corrode is really what just clicked so wonderfully in that second map to let Hikikomori run away with it.
Definitely. I think now looking over towards our decider in Haven as well, we don't really know what we're going to expect to see from FlyQuest Red because they haven't had to play through those open qualifiers. They qualified into stage 2 here just based off of how they placed during the main event during stage 1 of GC this year. But for Hikikomori, they had to play through OQ and CQ. So they showed a little bit of what we can expect here on Haven, that being that ISO Yoru composition, expecting the Clove to be back here for Terror as well. And I'm excited to see how this one ends up like working out in their favor, because I feel like you look at Corrode and Bunny Bee, and Haven is has been known as like the playground for those two players on top of everything.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that'll be a fun one. And I think there's also a world where FlyQuest are going back to some breach ideas like we saw in Corrode, which would support Cora to go for a ton of those early fights, like we saw back on that map, and really sort of challenge Hikikomori on this final map. I think it is worth reminding everyone watching that this is the first round of Swiss, so the stakes on this particular match are literally just about continuing here in Swiss. You need to win 4 matches in order to qualify into the main event, and you need to make sure you don't lose 4 matches or else you are out of Swiss. And as you keep going, you play against people with the same record. So I fear whichever team faces off against the loser of this match, because I wouldn't want to face the loser of this match if I was still coaching a team.
That is extremely true because either of these teams, if they lose, whoever loses here in day one is definitely going to try and bite back hard into our second week. I like the shout on potentially bringing that breach back into play here for FlyQuest. It worked out well, especially if we do see Cora leaning into that neon that we saw on Corrode. It looked extremely comfortable for her on that agent, and it wouldn't be too far from what we saw FlyQuest play previously on this map as well, back when it was that Taeho meta, where they leaned into that and then like the Jet instead of the Yoru on that side of things. So I'm really curious. I think it is also different though heading into Haven here, Ender, because of how you have to play the defense on this map, and the rotations are much longer than on Corrode. But
we've got answers.
Yeah, we do. And this is just about, I think, what we expected for the most part. I'm honestly a little bit surprised to see Cora on the Jet instead of the Neon. I think she's great on this agent as well, but I feel like the high octane gameplay is what really enabled her on that Corrode pick last time around.
Definitely. The Neon was something to be feared. I think big difference here is just the threat of an op and wanting that on the defensive side. They are starting over on defense, so that is going to be a serious threat if they get that online early. I also just love the character trait of Hikikimori, where everyone plays the same agent every single map, except for Cal, who plays a new agent on every single map. We saw the Fade on Corrode, we saw the Sky back on Bind, now the Sova here on Haven, which I am very used to seeing in their hands, so this will be a good one for sure.
I think what the great thing about Cal too is just their flexibility in that initiator agent pool that you're already talking about, but also their consistency to be that supportive player and then to also get those trades when necessary have been so nice to see on the side of Hikikimori. I think that it's a good shout with the operator, but again, there is that counter within Kurosu, the fact that you do have that ISO shield that can come up and nullify that first shot and force them to look to take another angle.
And we saw that again. The ISO was so frustrating for the Raze play on that previous map when the ultimates came online. But Haven could be a different story. Thea really challenged things down on A short that round. Bit surprising considering Cora's on the other side of the map that FlyQuest are trying to show this fight here really at all. Hikikimori do seem like they want to poke their way into the site. Terra really full cleared that right corner. While the rest of the team has done basically nothing. They're just sitting back on short waiting for someone to swing.
Yeah, forcing also FlyQuest to be a little bit more proactive with their utility. Already a flash that was expended by Ev there too, and a different tempo compared to the other pistol rounds we've seen from Hikikimori in the last two maps of this series, where they do tend to go for that fast tempo here, usually into the first round.
Well, they've waited so long that Ev's stun is going to be a problem. And Cora has dealt with the lurk. So now Hikikimori, it's time to move into the A site. But there's three players here. That paranoia hits every single person down on short. And while they do eventually get the kill, that's not without taking some damage. And not before, actually, Bob has been able to get a kill from up in heaven. Numbers advantage for FlyQuest as Bob gets yet another. And Terra has way too much work to do here. Bob just put on a masterclass from up above.
That was the biggest difference maker for FlyQuest and be able to take that round as well. The fact that she's able to just help Ev, who's isolated on site, and find those trades somehow. For Hikikimori, I did like the idea of like the pause outside of A. I think that FlyQuest, with the amount of utility that Ev had invested into that round, though, it made it a lot more difficult for them to actually find that advantage in trying to catch the timing between that utility that was being thrown out.
True, and FlyQuest didn't really give too much info for Hikikimori to play with either. Cora was basically baiting on C the entire round until eventually going into Garage. Now, though, with a Marshall in hand, getting a little bit more proactive, eyeing down into window. But I mean, really now with Marshall on the other side of things too, Hikikimori are kind of letting everyone go wherever they want on the round. It's a freestyle round for them. Just find a pick, and we'll see if we can come with a strat up with a strat around it. That might come right outside of double doors here. Blaze just teasing that line. Does secure the fight, but Bunny, beautiful headshot. knocks out Korra from the round, and things are close once again with a 3-on-3 in the post. The smoke goes down, and Bunnybee's completely unaware. Very awkward round thus far. FlyQuest continuing the hunt on forward. Autumn left all alone back on the site. Has brought it down into a 1-on-1, and a headshot's not good enough. FlyQuest take the round.
Hey, Hikikimori, they made it competitive. They made it close at the very least, doing great economic damage. It's going to be you can't even really call it a bonus going into the next round. FlyQuest, they have to either reinvest or just look to stick on a couple of pistols overall, but at the very least, they do pick that Outlaw back up, carry a Sheriff over. Hikikimori, you can see like the threat that they already pose and how ready FlyQuest are for some of Bunnybee's antics. Like even that trip over the left side of C default, that's set up for usually where that Yoru TP gets posted up, and kind of expecting those little plays and the adjustments and Lace's setups to respond to those. There's even one back site right now on C.
Crazy. Just to punish that teleport into backside, you always have to be thinking about where these trips can be now if you're Bunnybee. But how does this A hit actually go down? FlyQuest already with a potential paranoia from Thea. She's gonna sprint on over into the site as flashes go in. That's 2 already from FlyQuest. Beautiful work out of them, but there's just not enough bullets in the world in that Sheriff to deal with all 5 members of Hikikimori coming on through. Now down into a 1-on-2 with an Outlaw now. The 2-on-2 doable. Now with just the Sheriff, I'm not quite so sure it's not going to come together, as the bonus does not go FlyQuest's way.
I like the double swing for CT there in the 2v1 as well. Just not allowing Korra to get comfortable as far as trying to isolate one of those fights, knowing both players were low to the Outlaw. But overall, I think for the side of Hikikimori, they also haven't encountered too many of those trips, aside from that initial hit over towards that C site in round number 2, I believe it was. So they don't know that they have to expect that one over towards backside. You've got the main covered here as well.
Yeah, they don't know about the trips, but they do know about the default. They've seen the same 3 players fighting for A basically every round with the early breach done. They've got to assume that Korra's playing on the other side of the map, and they've got to know that there's enough money for an operator to come online. This is where they're going to be challenged with how they scale up into things, but it's Cal taking first contact, and that's not what you want to see. Now with Lace peeking down into long too, I mean, this dual setup between Korra and Lace is just perfection. There's absolutely no shot you're making it into C against that.
No, definitely not. And the way that Lace not only is assisting Korra there, but has that utility laid down just to make it a little bit more comfortable for Korra to try and reposition or find some favorable fights if she does get flooded. And with 15 health here, there really isn't anything Autumn can do. And it's just going to be an open and closed round here for FlyQuest. I think something that we continue to look out for as well is, we've talked a little bit about how much work Ev and Thea were putting into a lot of those trap plays on Corrode, expecting that to kind of come back into Haven as well, both passive, or reactive, I should say, and proactive trap plays coming out from them.
Right.
And I think that our eyes have to definitely be on Kurosu and the usage of that vulnerable suppress ability to try and bide that timing to keep some of those pieces of utility from being thrown out so they can find that time to get on site.
Yeah, and find ways to, you know, sort of stall it out if you do get stunned. Can you react to that quickly enough to discourage people from swinging back into you? It's hard to know.
Back soon.
FlyQuest aren't really mixing up their default too much, except in the reposition. Korra abandoned C site to now peek into Garage. There hasn't really been coverage on Garage. It's just the camera back on the wall of C that can see the crossover, which can be disrupted pretty easily by smokes. And I'd like to see Hikikimori find some more options to get around the map, or even just to get into a site, because Thea up on the high line is tough to deal with. That being said, Hikikimori have done well to actually get into the site, and Ev decides not even to play that out. Now guns have been picked up. FlyQuest with only 3 players alive, and an operator need the swings to come into them. to have a way to get back into the round. Guns traded back, so now Lace has the operator. Cora can get into the site with the gun, but it's Terror lying in wait. Terror with 3 on the round, and a quick Thrifty to win this through for Hikikimori.
This team is always so deadly on those ecos, on those half buys, and it's because they have that energy where they're going in guns blazing, and it feels like they really get great timings on FlyQuest when they're trying to go for those quick floods, swarming around them as well, and really catching them off guard because they're not playing in a way that you would expect. But another timeout now to be called here, or the first timeout to be called here by FlyQuest in the first half of Haven. So many ults online for both these teams, 2 under.
The ults you've definitely got to consider. I'm also just thinking that Cora probably needs to switch up where she's going to be playing on the map, because the default for the first 5 rounds, it's all about that conditioning of, you know, where could the Jet be, where's the stack of players. But because Jet's playing on the C side of the map, it kind of feels like if Hikikimori can just win that fight onto A, it's actually really hard to retake the A site when you're upping, for example. So Hikikimori, as long as they can clear that first condition of get onto the A site, seemed like that last round was really easy to play through.
Or even, like, I 100% agree with that shout out. I think also, like, using the conditioning that they've done so far to even maybe set Cora up on a deeper sight line that they wouldn't
I'd like that,
expect. Yeah, with that op in hand. Of course, this time around it is going to be the knives in this round, and you're going to see probably, like, a quick peek outside of Garage, see if she can take out, like, a potential mid lurker in typically Autumn there and find that first initial pick before dashing back.
My concern is she might be walking into an attack side op from Bunnybee. Bunnybee's actually looking at A right now, expecting the aggro to be there, and nobody is ready for Cora. The Cypher camera is really passive, and even then Autumn's not clicked into it. Usually you see that camera put out into the mid space to stop exactly this play that Cora has gone for. And yet Cora doesn't want to go any further than this because Hikikimori have given no sign of actually scaling up into space anywhere else. It's almost like you've got to be ready for them to be holding you. And now as that camera comes off of the refresh, that reclear is in, and Cora's gonna get on out of dodge. Now that ultimate actually takes her in. Kurosu has found the Jet, the difference maker in this round, and there is no chance you're winning that one. Nice play from Kurosu, and now the team can collect themselves to play out the end of this round.
Yeah, just the contact play back over towards A. They're tucked in over in Heaven there as well, just keeping an eye on short and knowing that it'll be that retake scenario here for the team.
Little gun swap too, so Bunnybee's got the rifle, and there's another A site taken very easily. Let's ignore the fact that Terror missed the smoke onto Heaven. And we're really ulting here? Bob wants to play this round, but there's still a Clover vibe. It's still a 5v3. They need to deal with Terror, but Terror takes out Bob. That's a huge issue. And now you've got to somehow get back into this A site. Now while Cal Sushi is bringing down a Hunter's Fury of their own, just making things so messy. Like Ev can't even see what's in front of them, let alone get into the site.
Yeah, I really love that Hunter's Fury coming out, just making it so uncomfortable for them to flood back in and just being proactive with it, not looking to actually save it for that tap and assist the rest of the team and holding that crossfire. Now FlyQuest are the ones with that broken economy. There's huge investments into that last round as well with their own Hunter's Fury from Bob. The fact that they had to use those knives on top of that, meaning it that those are no longer available into this one, hopefully.
Revealing area.
On the side of Hikikimori, though, they're definitely looking to make this a clean round. I like to scale up at the very least their lobby.
Man, the attack op is deadly in Bunny's hands. And now probably another gun swap to go down a little bit later. But in the meantime, it's just this actual walk up into the mid space. They just been able to find something and put some pressure down onto the flank. Can Ev get something? No. Make some noise, jumping back in towards Link. FlyQuest are going to try and play even numbers here on the retake. Get some util going into Rolling Thunder is going to go completely wasted. No use out of that ability with that aggro swing. Hikikimori playing right up on the edge of their seat in the post plant, and it's exactly what the doctor ordered. As another kill goes their way, this Eco has amounted to zilch.
Yeah, Bob's just going to have to save this Phantom, not having enough money to buy up with the rest of the team into the next rounds either. There's nice aggression from Corrode, walking up over towards CT, nullifying any value out of that Rolling Thunder, which I was honestly a little surprised to even see thrown out into this round, as well as a heavy investment coming out from FlyQuest. And with that attack side op, I think Bunny B's just been such a threat. Part of what was working well for FlyQuest in those first couple of rounds were a couple of those like walkout plays over towards A, looking to contest, and it makes it a lot harder for FlyQuest to jump spot for that information when that Yoru is going to be threatening with the sniper rifle.
And when you have the threat of the op for the early picks into a quick acceleration into the site, because you always have the dimensional drift behind it, that's a pretty lethal combo. That's going to be at Hikikimori's disposal. Orb taken down on long. When does Thea want to play this? Honeybee would have to react to the high line if there was to challenge. But over in A lobby too, you can see Cora snuck up there as well.
I really like that A lobby control that we've seen coming out from FlyQuest the last couple of rounds. Something that they weren't really contesting before.
Yeah, now finding that pick, Hikikimori, all the pressure in the world onto them. Oh dear. Who got picked up there? That is unbelievable.
What?
Taking away at that, FlyQuest winning every single fight around the map except for Terror in Garage. But now Terror still has to get the spike. Bunny Bee's got an operator in her hand. Time to fight into backside. Great stun. Tags up both of these players. And Thea's going to play off of it perfectly. The rest of FlyQuest come into the site, making quick work of Hikikimori.
Really nicely done, and thanks to that map control, you see the pings going out from Hikikimori over towards A as well. And the fact that they're taking note of Cora scaling up in that last round, and that was the adjustment that we were talking about during that timeout that FlyQuest had done had called previously. Now they're looking to contest it a lot earlier on to not allow FlyQuest to have that early information in A main space.
Been very successful in that last round.
Off this time though.
Exactly, going for a peek down short. So early stun from Ev to actually get Cora speeding up onto this line, but the shot doesn't connect. That can't be happening. Cora wants another go of things. This time dashes straight into the wall. Think broke her shoulder trying to escape from that one. And yet the rest of FlyQuest have been called in. 3 players now ready if Hikikimori were to try and continue forward.
Autumn's just trying to see if she can get a little bit of information or pressure over towards mid here as well. At least takes down that tripwire.
I like that. Thea now into the corner. Autumn's got some kind of a sense for this. Expecting some amount of a re-clear into the mid space. As Bunny Beat pops that ulti into the A side. Few players seen out now. And now that shot into the backside, Bunny Bee just gets in, gets out. It's a hit and run. And Autumn has slipped up into the B site. Cutting away at these rotations. The rest of FlyQuest, the only way to get into C is to ult there. Lace is there! Lace is taking heads! Unbelievable. Now pushing forward. That's a third for her into the round. Lace has been electric, but Bunny Bee has been as well. Autumn lodged here inside of FlyQuest Nachos. It's going to be down to a one-on-one. Bob and Bunny Bee. Bunny Bee peeking onto the line. Never one to go without a fight. And Bob is prepared for it. What an adjustment. Ready for the wide swing. Taking the round.
So perfectly read by Bob there in the 1v1. But that round really came down to Lace just being a perfect anchor on C, something that we kept commending her for over on Bind, and repeating the same type of success now here on Haven. I like the call too from Hikikimori, trying to crunch over towards that C site, but Lace was just ratting around perfectly. But I'd like to see them kind of continue forward with those kind of ideas here over towards A lobby. You know, contest that space early. Don't let Cora look to walk up and gain that A lobby control. And then you can either look to re-hit or call the rotation based off of Autumn's positioning. Once again, it leaves a lot more options open for them to adapt into the late round.
Well, FlyQuest have plenty of options when Lace is playing like that. I'd like to take a quick moment here in this timeout to shout out the University of California, Irvine, for making the best decision they've ever made in picking up Lace for them. The best decision ever since they denied me my application. But we don't have to get into that. That school's going to be in very good hands with Lace playing for them.
You got to give one to them, and you got to take one from them. I love a little piece of Ender lore as well on the broadcast on top of that. I think that's the cool thing about a lot of these Game Changers players too here, Ender, is so many of them are playing for collegiate teams now, as well as they've looked to, you know, focus on their studies alongside their careers as players. And it just adds so much more depth, I think, to the competition in Game Changers as they bring those ideas from the collegiate scene into the scene too.
Yeah, they're playing in the collegiate scene or studying while playing here in GC. Bob has studied the school of the Boperator, the Bop as we call it. If you forgot, Bob used to play all the time, the Soba with the op in hand, back with Cloud9, back on do you remember the map that was on the beach?
I don't like to
Breeze?
talk about that one.
Yeah, no one likes talking about it except for Bob, because she was a menace on that map and continues to be here years later.
She's waiting for it to come back. It's her time to shine. But this change in setup here from FlyQuest this time, again, more than happy to leave Garage open. Nice angle to be held here from Ev, the stun as well. Not looking to bite off too much more than
Ooh, Ev wants a little bit more. Oh dear. Cal seizing the opportunity to peek up into window, but look at these trips on the seaside. Do you really want to end here? 30 seconds left onto the clock. The camera sees both players. Case might not even want to wait for the tripwires. Back up into the thick of things again. I mean, this player is just unreal. I don't like watching Lace play because it seems so unfair for the other team. They just want to try and hit a sight, and Lace isn't going to let it happen.
No.
And mind controls Terror to run out of bullets. Even when the shots aren't connecting, Lace is just streets ahead.
I think it's just such great adaptations in her setups. Like, she's keeping it dynamic. It's really hard for Hikikimori to read into where they're expecting those tripwires to be as well. And just being caught off guard by those setups. And it feels like there's been so many times you've seen them just walk straight into those traps, and the highlight of the player coming up on Lace's screen, and it's an easy cleanup for her. We're back over to contesting over towards A lobby now. Again, Queen Bob's still on the operator.
Scanning ahead.
She's so crazy with it. She's got a jet right next to her, and she's the one with the op. She was thinking, too, about peeking through that smoke, you know? Doesn't matter if she doesn't have a dash. She's always ready for it.
Oh, man. The re-clear there as well. I like the pause here from Hikikimori. The thing is, they also don't have that lurk that we've seen previously from Autumn into this round either, so they get stalled out on A site. It's going to be really hard for them to look to pivot elsewhere.
Feels like they've been just so cautious moving forward because of the threat of an operator, because of how strong the anchoring has been. We'll see it one more time. Great flash combo into the back of sight, but Cora somehow survives from all of it up until now, as a matter of fact. And Bob can't do much in support, apart from throw away some utility up in heaven, smoked off with the op in hands. This fight, what?
Stop!
What? She's not human! Lace is just on a different level!
Like, them lining up there for a clat as well is unlucky for Hikikimori, but I can't. I actually can't. I'm at a loss for words.
She's a substitute player. It just doesn't make sense. Thea will lose this round. Hikikimori take it, but not before Lace just continues to impress.
Listen, sometimes, you know what, we saw it earlier this year with Apex, in EMEA. Sometimes you just get that coach sub buff for the team. And we know that she slotted into that assistant coach role. She took a step back from FlyQuest and more than happy to hop back into that competition chair for a Lovely, as she wasn't able to make it for today's matchup. And man, proving herself again in stakes.
Quick fight down into short. Corrode, yeah! These shots just aren't finding them. She's really struggled from down in sewers, and now the ultimate coming online. FlyQuest, they don't even care. They don't need that opening fight. Not when Bob is shooting like that.
Cal got 2 with the Hunter's Fury. Somehow equalizing this round here for Hikikomori. Player each low on both sides, and looking to now re-clear over towards mid. At FlyQuest, they've grouped over at the A site, but there are still those trips to be that signal if Hikikomori look to walk into B.
And now stepping forward towards lobby. Even before the trips are broken, FlyQuest have to have an idea of what's going down. Ultimate thrown out there from Lace, so she sees everything, and again they're going to go back into C. And Lace can sit on this camera for a while. She doesn't have to pop it immediately. Can try to figure out how they're playing the post plant out from this. That camera was tagged and it didn't see Bunny Bee. You have to be ready inside the smoke. Bunny Bee playing around the corner of it, but it'll all come down to Cal. 2 kills already with the Hunter's Fury. Now needs 2 more with the rifle in hand. They are waiting. They're in exactly the right position, waiting for it. But it's Lace again on top of the world.
How does she keep doing it? And the fact that her setups continue to be undisturbed towards C when Hikikomori don't look towards this side of the map early on just leaves so much utility and passive information for those retake scenarios. FlyQuest, they end the half with a 2-round advantage. Hikikomori, they earn the pistol round. They could easily tie things up 7-7. And now it's going to be a question of how those lurks are going to be working out. I feel like a lot of the success that we've seen from Lace has been on that defensive side, being that site anchor. We've seen her taking some good timings on the attacking side there as well, but not having, I think, the same impact on the lurks. I feel like both Cyphers have kind of been struggling in that department here throughout this series.
Yeah, on the attack side for sure. So that should simplify things for Hikikomori a bit. But this is also where a player like Corrode needs to step up a little bit more. You're challenged more on the attacking side of things. Capitalize off your teammates' utility. Get up into that space, especially when it comes to actually execing into a site. A few tough rounds, but now heading into the second half with the advantage. FlyQuest can still make good on the comeback they had all the way back long ago on Corrode.
We're going to spam and see if they can catch out a B trip that doesn't quite exist on that side of the map. Look how deep that C camera is there as well. It makes it so comfortable for Autumn to start leaning over towards that mid side, faster rotations from the rest of the team on Hikikomori. If it ends up being that A hit, that's telegraphed.
The difference is, though, Hikikomori can't really run the same trap setups in terms of, having breach stuns ready to rip. Okay, yeah, you've got a vulnerable, but Kurosu doesn't want to just have Vuln in hand. Kurosu wants to be forward taking a fight, so it's traps with numbers, less so than traps with utility for Hikikomori. And that's where they have to be on fire. Bunny Bee stunned up, drops down off of default. Now the paranoia comes in. The layers of utility from FlyQuest are doing a number on Hikikomori. They haven't been given an honest fight. And yet they still have 2 players lodged away in short. Kurosu does some good work tracking. We'll get 2 kills, but it just doesn't seem like enough. Autumn here has equalized. But just a whiff from Lace is all it would take to blow Autumn out of this round. 10 seconds left. Autumn playing down onto the clock now. Taking her time of things. Lace out on the line. It's Lace again. Not a care in the world from her. She gets another.
Bold of her to stick that plant in that spot as well, like slightly still exposed over towards CT, but it giving her the information that she wanted to see if maybe the cross had happened, feeling confident in the fact that Autumn was so low in that situation. But a very scrappy A fight on the side of both of those teams. I think there's a nice pause from FlyQuest. They dodged the timing on that recon dart, and the re-clear towards short was great from Hikikomori. Sheriffs in hand for the defenders, though. Game Changers, you cannot count them out whatsoever.
Nope. Kikimori realizing that the game could start to slip away from them if they don't come up with something. And hey, Kurosu is going to come up with just that 2 shots, and challenging the line again is maybe a bit too much. You can see the Autumn is somehow on 1 HP on back C. I didn't catch how that happened, but not comfortable by any means. The rest of Kikimori just trying to slip into every single crack they can find in the defense. Put all the pressure they can down onto FlyQuest, and now FlyQuest have been taken down to just 2 members.
Now pulling back from that mid space that was initially taken, looking to play those numbers as much as possible. Probably more than happy to allow FlyQuest to secure that plant before taking the fight as 4. Ev has a full kit still available here though, Ender.
But they're going to want to contact in first.
Yep.
Not reveal where they are. And maybe have those tools in a post plant would be the ideal situation for them. Bunny B has also been going back and forth between A-Link and short. He knows the general area FlyQuest can be in, and Thea isn't ready for it. The quick reaction to be on that line, the spike, Ev did not connect on that, did not see that through 1 shot. And only 1 player standing in front of them. What is going on? Switched over the knife for a moment. But it will be Kikimori taking this round with full sheriffs.
I think Ev was just confident that Cal was stunned and was trying to catch the timing on them. Try to get a little closer with the weapon in hand, but they managed to dodge it, and that being the demise. Those early fights with the sheriff from Kurosu over towards A lobby really set the tone there for Kikimori to respond on the eco.
Yeah, I think 2 kills there. Didn't even take damage from the first one because
didn't even pop shield.
It's just silly. Ridiculous that you can get away with that.
Revealing area.
But now we're back into things. It is honestly kind of a weird buy from Kikimori because they bought all those sheriffs. They don't have enough for full guns. And FlyQuest certainly don't, and it's not going to matter. Going to be crept up in there, the Collat with the Outlaw. We could be looking at a nearly tied up game once this round is through here.
Absolutely. It's a comfortable stack on A as well.
1 enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Minced meat. FlyQuest has been turned into. Okay, Lace. That was a headshot, by the way, onto the shield. If there hadn't been a shield there. Reminds me of, I think Lace subbed in for Spotlight series last year as well, the LAN. And
yes.
I think she was like, she had a fever as well. Like, it was just crazy. Like, genuinely had her flu game, and it's just like, what's going on? She is always a beast.
It's actually crazy. Like, I feel like she gets like buffs from those less than favorable situations as well. She just like, it plays on a different level in those moments. But second time out to now be called here by FlyQuest. Kind of struggling to find an answer so far on attack. Granted, it's more about, I think, really wanting to cement this round. You can kind of ignore the last 2 in a way because Kikimori being able to convert that second one means that it's a tough buy there for FlyQuest into the third. But this is where they want to maintain their lead, right? Especially with the kill contract up here for Kurosu, and I guess have a better game plan going forward because they do have those tools with the breach. And I feel like that's a couple rounds where we've seen like Ev have a full kit like into the mid round, not really expending that utility early to try and set Cora up for some of those initial fights as they walk up.
Time to see that adjustment in action.
Cutting through. That goes there.
Trip over towards the seaside, so I guess just fighting over this lobby control. Interestingly, Autumn is on this side of the map with a deep trip on site, high camera as well. Cal just layering down some of the early conditioning, but couldn't quite break the dart. The idea here would have been for Cal to set up the idea that the aggro piece was going to be down there, but now it's a one-on-one. The breach has been found. Oh dear, Kurosu adjusts and takes out the initiator. And now without a breach, how do you play around here, Ash?
It gets that much more difficult, so much more pressure, I think, on Thea and Bob. And that's why you see Thea kind of leaning back over to group up with the team, right? That paranoia is going to be a huge piece of the puzzle to try and find some sort of opportunity for Cora to take advantage of. And they're going to be walking away from this. Actually, it looked to regroup over towards short instead. They've got that trip prepped and ready for that potential dash as well on the left side of A.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, this camera is going to spot out whoever steps in first. There's ways for Cal to play around this. Dart comes out, doesn't get a ping down onto anyone though. Cal gets the one, and now the rest of the team starts flooding into the site. Ball, calm with the aim on site for now, but will eventually go down. And it's all on Lace, not again. In a clutch. 3 players, the first scene, headshot, what in the world is Lace doing to them? But it's a phantom moment through and through. Bunny Bee lives on 10 HP, and that's all she'll need.
The insane part is that there's a world where Lace could have won that round. When she should not have, and she didn't. Like, Hikimori, they were able to bring it back, but the fact that she was able to go and get that pick on Autumn in the first place is absolute madness to have that reaction time to flick on over.
Yeah, to transfer back and forth on such wide angles, because that was a player back default, then over into Graffiti, and then another player jumping out of heaven. Like, unreal stuff. Now it'll be FlyQuest zooming on into Garage here. Sheriff's in hand, and well, now the play's been kind of given away. Oh no. Is Cal actually going villain mode? Because Cal is the loveliest human on planet Earth, I think. And whenever Cal started shooting bodies, that's when you knew things were about to go down. That's when the whole team would start to heat up and get freaky back with Petty. That's exactly what's happening here for Hikimori. They're starting to feel it.
I love that. You've got to have those players that can bring the vibes and really inject that energy into the team.
Spike down A.
That Spike's been left out in the open now. They might just try to escape here with the gun, save that as long as possible.
I'm curious. It should be that save situation, but if she does manage to get a pick onto Bunny Bee here, there's a world where you use that from the shadows. Steps are absolutely heard.
Yeah, it's not like she's being discreet about this in any way. There's also a tripwire. Yeah, okay. Oh, no. See, imagine a world where Bunny Bee lets her use the ult. Just waste it to get the spike. Would have been insult to injury, but fortunately for Thea, she'll hold on to that one.
Into this round, too. I'm curious to see what approach FlyQuest are going to be taking with that Hunter's Fury online. I feel like Bob is a player where you see her using it pretty proactively at times on the attack when she's expecting maybe a fast scale up C long or over towards A lobby. She's doing a lineup right now in spawn. I don't know where it's necessarily going to land this time around.
Well, there's an ultimate coming in. It's back A site for Thea to play off of potentially, but the stuns? That wasn't... okay. We're going to call that the stun delay. The stun nerf is what hit Thea there. That might actually be a real call. I'm not even sure. Maybe Korra can save the game. I don't think so. Hikimori start to run away with it. I don't know what was happening. They were hitting the A site while they were hitting the C site. They were hitting themselves with stuns. It's a why are you punching yourself type of round. And Hikimori are the bullies here in this situation.
Yeah, I think the idea, they were going for some sort of fake and then have Thea like inserted as like a threat over A to keep some of that attention over, but just we're not expecting the player in heaven to actually be able to backstab that teleport. That was quite the investment. At least just one ultimate and a quick round for Hikimori to wrap up for themselves.
Bunny Bee button operator.
Yep.
Wants to creep forward on this line. Takes out Korra. I mean, the arm just blown right off her. And now FlyQuest. They'd already forced up into this round. Now they're just seemingly forcing down into the C site. There's a Hunter's Fury as well. Countered out on the other side. Lace has gotten into this site. But Terror, back like they never left. And the rest of Hikimori, they never left either. It is all on Bob, and with that spike sitting hopelessly out in the middle of nowhere, there is no chance for her to play this out.
Not at all. It was a beautiful hold from Hikimori. Just being able to have that backup and back sight coming out from Terror. And then the responsive Hunter's Fury as well to make it that much more uncomfortable for FlyQuest to try and scale up over towards C-Long and even try and take Bob down with them.
Tough call to try and speed up into that C site without the jet. Maybe thought that it was just Bunny Bee on her own. Could maybe get up there and bully the op, but absolutely no chance. Because that'll be 3 on the round for the Opper. Kikimori extend their lead.
And it really feels like right now, it doesn't feel like, you can see it in the timeline, but FlyQuest really haven't been able to find any answers so far on the attacking side. And I think that part of the struggle that they're dealing with right now, from what we've seen under, was they were starting off this half with a lot of those contact plays, right? Trying to get a little bit closer before expending that utility. Just at the risk of not trying to telegraph those hits nearly as much. I like them leaning into these defaults right now.
Yeah, you can't walk up with that util when there's an off purchase on the other side. You gotta be clearing that away. But it's not happening. I mean, even Cal getting a kill there is not what FlyQuest needed to do. Kurosu now, shield pop, primed and ready. And gonna steal away nearly the spike. That'll be Lace. Lace is just destroyed. And sure, yeah, Thea's found this lurk onto the C site, but he's gonna have to find multiple picks here before the spike goes down if FlyQuest are gonna have a chance. Right now, Bob's sitting behind a tripwire before giving that one away, but Autumn sees the walk forward, can call in some support. Mori fully ready for this one, and Terra, even with the option to heal on back all that damage, the rest of the team comes flooding. It's a 4-on-1, and we're using the dimensional drift just to make it completely impossible. That is just brutal. Kikimori on match and series points.
They have full momentum on their side right now, and FlyQuest have yet to figure out a way to break up the defensive hold here of Kikimori. I think the default was a nice start to that round. We haven't seen them, I think, put as much pressure as I would have liked to see on Autumn's trips as well. It's given her consistent, like, mid passive information on, like, those potential lurks up, and it makes it a lot more comfortable for them to play that, like, kind of brawly stacked style alongside Kurosu. And then, of course, that operator has just been deadly and so consistent for Bunny B, but speeding things up this time around here once again.
Cal Sushi with the Odin in hand, just a 1-for-1, but Kurosu still a problem. Camera sees them, a cage to try and buy some cover. How much more can you send at Kurosu? I don't know. Lace is trying to get involved, but Lace isn't going to amount to anything in the face of this player. Now the operator enters the party. 2 players backside. Kikimori want to end this right here and right now. They will have to fight their way out of things. Backing around in a 1-on-3. Everything resting on her, but it's a Kikimori taking the first series here in the Swiss stage. Beautiful work out of them to come back after falling short on Corrode and to win this series out 2-1. They'll stay alive in the upper bracket.
They're such an insane momentum-heavy team that's able to just continue to scale as the game goes on, and it feels like we definitely saw the glimmers of brilliance on the side of FlyQuest for sure. There were great trap plays over on Corrode, and then heading into Haven, we saw those ideas, I think, on the defensive side, but we're struggling to put it all together in a more proactive manner once they swapped over to the attack, not wanting to telegraph as early on. I think I would have liked to see them playing a little bit more dynamically in that second half of the map. It felt like they were kind of just like forcing a lot of those re-hits over towards the sites that they were starting at, for the most part, aside from like the occasional rotation that we saw coming in, but it was always consistently delayed by either that Cypher utility or Bunny B quickly teleporting over to the other side of the map.
Yeah, you know, they're going to have some time to think things through before heading into the next week. Again, this is a quadra elimination format in Swiss stage, effectively. Win 4 and you're through, lose 4 and you're out. But Kikimori take 1 step closer to going into the main event. We are going to come back after this with an interview and another series of awesome Valorant. We'll see you in a few.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in row. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip a society. Underdog overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
if you're just joining us now, I don't know what you've been doing for the last couple of hours. You missed an awesome 2-1 series with the Kikimori taking it in the end. We had knife kills, we had aces, we had a little bit of everything. And now I believe we have Terror joining us for the Verizon post-match interview. If we can bring them in, but if we have to wait a little bit, that'll also be okay. Ash, what's your favorite moments from the series?
One that I didn't even get to see. Like, I need that clip of Bunny B getting the 2 knife kills. In fact, I want Bunny B to throw that clip on Twitter so I can check it out after this series is done, when it comes down to that interview that I know that the team is waiting on as well. But taking a look at this timeline here for Hikikimori, they end off that initial half, I think it was 5-7 in favor of FlyQuest, and then after stealing away that eco round off the 2 sheriff picks that Corrode was able to find over towards A lobby, it was Hikikimori the whole way through to close the map out. And you look at those first kills, it felt like on Bind it was the opposite story, Ender, with how they won that map. Like, it was FlyQuest getting all those first engagements, and then Hikikimori being able to like claw those rounds back. And this time around, they just took things fully into their own hands and into the driver's seat here with how they were able to just run a masterclass on defense.
Yeah, it's crazy because the 2 maps were completely different stories, but they both had exactly the same ending somehow. 13-7, 13-8 scorelines at the end. This time it is Bunny B topping the leaderboards, but honestly, you kind of look at all of the people that are picking the selfish agents on Hikikimori. They're all absolutely farming, putting up similar numbers on that front. The only person that was really, going toe-to-toe with the Kikimori in this final map for FlyQuest side was Lace.
Yeah, she was electric on Bind, carrying that same energy into Haven here as well, just being such a great anchor in that first half for the side of FlyQuest, and being able to be dynamic with the positioning of her tripwires. It felt like every trip when Hikikimori did lean into her sights was at least one player triggering them, and I felt like luck was also kind of on her side today too, with the amount of like collats she got through cages and just like random spray picks as well. It was pretty crazy.
It was crazy, but it wasn't enough to come away with the win. That was Hikikimori, and now it is time. I'm done trolling. It is time for the Verizon post-match interview. Let's bring Terror in here, because I've got some questions that I want to be asking. First of all, shout out on the win here. What's sort of your first thoughts coming in, because you had to match up against FlyQuest Red, which is a pretty tough opponent out of the gate, but you guys did great out there. And Terror, stoic as ever. You can see very, very cool, very calm, very collected. Less talkative than perhaps we might have expected. Terror, what's your favorite color? Okay, I didn't quite catch that. Terror,
Hello?
what's your favorite? Oh, Terror! Oh, there's.
There we go. For a second. Hello.
All good. It's totally fine. I was just gonna ask you, first of all, coming in after having to face against FlyQuest Red in the first match. That's, when you look at that on paper, that's not a fun match to play. That's a tough opponent. So how are you guys getting ready for the match today, and how do you feel now that you won?
Getting ready to it was honestly a great time. We had a warm-up scrim, obviously. The main part of it was just feeling good to play. We were just bossed up and played. And I feel the same about afterwards. We were just confident going into the third map, especially.
Yeah, how did that change during Corrode, right? Because you guys got off to such a strong early lead, and then it seemed like their adjustment from the first time out, you couldn't really react to, and yet the last 2 maps were super dominant. So was that just a Corrode thing, or what do you
Corrode is one of our more recent maps we started to develop. FlyQuest had a really great adjustment after their second timeout for second half when they were in defense. Our comp on Corrode is very fight heavy and contact heavy. Their comp was like more trap play heavy, and since they didn't show any utility off start, it was really hard to guess where the trap is going to be. And so a lot of the rounds we just walked into it. But for afterwards, the second we saw their bind comp, we knew it was going to be a completely different story in bind.
You guys definitely had the read on bind. Looked really great. You're talking about how the Corrode comp was so fight heavy. I feel like you could say that about all 3 comps that we saw coming out from you guys today.
Very
yeah. Yes, for sure. And I was wondering how you're feeling about picking up the Clove as like the main controller that we see you on so far during the Swiss stage, because I was curious if does that like kind of just lean into the fact that one, you are obviously a very mechanically gifted player that we saw in the server, and then I guess that ability to fight forward alongside Kurosu and Bunny Bee is, I'm assuming, like a big part of the picture, and I'm curious how you felt like about that adjustment heading into an agent that is a bit newer for your like very deep agent pool that you already have.
Clove is absolutely really great for the fight heavy Valorant we play. It's really easy to pick them up because I play a lot of Clove in ranked, obviously. Everyone does, I feel like. The lack of having an Omen blind and the ability to TP through space is a bit questionable, but we adapt really well to it by just having tighter spacing and calling our fights, especially on site XX. It's a really great agent. I love it.
It's fun watching the whole team basically play the same agent every map except for Cal, who is playing a new agent every single map, at least that we saw in the series today. I obviously I know Cal. Cal played for me back on Teddy Tactics, so I'm very curious how it's been like sort of incorporating Cal into the team and how they've been doing with you guys.
Oh, Cal is an amazing player, truly. Their ability to just be there and play the game is like really great, and picking up the solo initiator role, it's very hard, but they're one of the few players I would trust with that. Absolutely.
Me too. Good choice. Good choice. I'm very excited to see how far Hikikimori can go. I think you all have put together a really, really strong roster. Great opening showing. Congrats again. And I'm very excited to see more and more of you, Terror. I'll let you go now. But enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
All right. I had to know how Cal was doing. You know, it looked good in the serve, but I had to ask and to find out. That was a lot of fun though. We are going to step away for a few minutes while we get our teams ready for the second series. We've got a whole lot of Valorant going on. We've also got 3 other channels as well, so don't forget to go see those. If you're starving for Valorant in the break, I'm starving for food, so I'm gonna go make some. And we'll be back after this. You know what? I wasn't lying. I was eating. I'm no longer starving. It's a good news. And all of you that have been starving for Valorant, we are so back. We've got more games headed your way now. If that first series was anything to get excited about, Ash, then I think this next one is also going to deliver.
Oh, it definitely is. Like, you can take a look at the matchups that we have coming on for the second half of today on your screens right now. We've got Catface versus 10X GC coming up next. I think Catface is that one of those teams where they looked extremely promising during stage 1 and kickoff, placing within 6 most times during the main event. 10X, a little bit of a different story. I feel like this team qualified out of the closed qualifiers, the third closed qualifier, sorry, in the lower bracket run, and to have some names that we're not necessarily as familiar with, but a lot of firepower on that team within players like Soggy Seal. But taking a look at the rest of the matches here, Ender, I think, I mean, Wadada, you got TV, YFPX, you really can't go wrong with any of the streams on here for the second half of today's Swiss stage.
Yeah, a lot of brand power in these matches. Teams that you've seen floating around at the top for a little while. but we are going to be focusing in on Catface versus 10X. Again, I think now is a good reminder, if anyone, you're tuning in because someone playing on the team, you're just excited for this match in general. We are in the very first round of the Swiss stage here. The basic idea is as you continue to play games, you're matched up with opponents with the same record as you. You win 4 of them, you're in, you lose 4, and you are out. At the end of this, we're going to have 8 teams making it into the main event. For our 2 teams here today, this is the first step on that journey.
That it is. It's a lot of pressure for sure on these teams. At the very least, that you get a lot of opportunities throughout the next couple of weeks to try and make it into that main event. But of course, everyone wants to start off on the right foot here in week number 1, right? Get that first matchup under your belt. And as we talk about these rosters, talking about Catface first here. This is a team that really has not made any changes for the most part, aside from Habibti coming in for this roster. The other 4 were cores from stage 1 where we previously saw them, and all very storied players within Animal and Lunafox and Icy. Habibti as well in the past couple years making a name for herself too.
I love how dripped out Sin is. Those shades are absolute fire. Look, if I'm on the other side, I've got to play up against those shades. I don't know. If this was a LAN, I'd be quaking in my boots here. I don't want to go up against that.
Definitely not. Definitely aura farming on the roster graphic picks there for sure. And they were super
we can go ahead and check out 10X on the other side,
Yeah.
though, I believe, and get both of our teams up here. No pictures, but they've got Phoenixes? I would say that's a Phoenix, wouldn't you?
I think so. I feel like you put like the icon with a color palette, like 1 + 1 = 2 kind of vibe. If we're wrong, definitely let us know later on. We want to get like the lore behind the logo here for sure. But again, we were talking about this a little bit earlier already. These names that we're seeing on the board, ones that maybe we've seen like here and there in Game Changers, but more so a roster that's, I think, as a whole looking to make a name for themselves here in the Game Changers scene.
Definitely. And I think this is a good chance to make a name for yourself if you're able to take down a team like Catface that has been around the top for quite some time, or even just like make a serious dent here in the games. Like, people are going to be watching this to sort of get a good readout on how this qualifier is going to be going. This qualifier, the Swiss stage, whatever you want to call it. Let's move on ahead and check out the maps for today's series. We were treated wonderfully at the start of the day with Corrode and Bind, and we are potentially going to be treated to a Corrode at the end if we make it all the way to a map 3. But we're going to start things off on Sunset here, Ash.
Yeah, that we will. I think kicking things off on Sunset and looking at the history that 10X has had on this map as they look to pick into it, it does make sense. It's one of the maps that we've seen the most from them on during the qualifiers, one of their more comfortable maps and with the most reps compared to the other one being Lotus. But at the same time, that also means that there's more for Catface to kind of look back on and see, okay, what might be the way 10X is looking to approach this map, because there's a lot of experience on the Catface team to read into.
Yeah, I mean, the VODs alone are going to be plenty to work with. You've also got, the Catface squad that they've been playing in main events and things like this before. So maps that have been around in the pool for a while are going to feel very, very comfortable. We also, I don't know, I'm curious to see how our different teams have like reads coming into the meta, because even if you look at the first series, we had a very different idea where FlyQuest was still very much a Breach team. You think globally around VCT, Breach has really fallen off a cliff since that Toronto patch, and we've started seeing a lot more like double Sentinel and whatnot. And I think Game Changers, you always have teams that have like very unique perspectives or identities when it comes to how you want to play in the meta, based on sort of like the players you have on your team. Do you have cracked out initiator players? Do you want to run double duelist? You've got all these different things. So we have options to see very different stylistic matchups again here today, even on a map like Sunset, where you can still play the standard Breach stuff, or you can start going more into the Vipers and things we're seeing a lot more of on the VCT stage.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what ideas they are bringing to the table. 10X, I think we get a little bit more of a preview of what we could maybe expect from them because of the information we have from closed qualifiers. But Catface, another team that qualified into the Swiss stage just based off their placements in stage 1. So not having to reveal anything. They get to take TNX a bit more off guard in that kind of regard. And I know the TNX team, they've been leaning into that Vice as well, not so much that double controller. And we have seen a lot of Breach being picked up for them historically on our map, first map of today.
Yeah, and you know what? If you're gonna still be playing a Breach on a map, I think Sunset, it makes a lot of sense. The control you just get, especially around the A side of the map, super powerful. But we are gonna be seeing those agents in just a moment here. In the meantime, I think that it is. You know what? No meantime. Let's just get straight into the action here. This is Sunset. Welcome to Sunset, folks. It's beautiful from up here. This is actually POV. I'm walking around in Los Angeles. That's how tall I am. Is I actually just have that perspective as I go to the Junction flea market.
One of the only talents who's able to pull a line like that, to be honest. It's like you and Reinforce, like the giants of esports.
And Potter.
No, I yes, and Potter, you're right.
The tallest analyst desk I have ever done was Jackie Jing hosting. You remember, she did like Masters back in the day. Jackie, yes. she's 6 foot or 6'1". Potter, who's 6 foot or 6'1", and me at 6'8", the tallest desk of all time. And I don't think we've ever gotten even close, but I've worked a lot with Mimi, so that makes sense. Here we go. We got agents, and hold the freak on. We have a double duelist Neon Waylay. Ash, talk to me.
Yo, I think the crazy part is seeing Luna Fox picking up the Neon. We've seen her pick out like pocket duelist picks before, like Reyna's on Pearl and that kind of thing, but she's known to be, you know, that initiator player, especially being on that Sova, and now maybe a role that Sin's feeling more comfortable on heading into this new meta. But I'm interested to see Icy on this Waylay. They are such an explosive, aggressive duelist, and with the buffs that we're going to be playing with for Waylay as well, even more so enabled to go for those risky fights early on.
Yeah, I mean, those buffs are there, but it still hasn't been enough to really bump up her pick rate in the professional scene. I'm really curious to see what you can do with an agent like this on the map. I mean, I think obviously you're going to have the ability to like dive over some of this Vi's utility, follow up with the Neon. You actually have like a lot of ways of getting past the Vi's, even like Omen teleports and things like this, but starting on defense as well might make things a little tricky.
I think the way I look at it here for the Waylay pick for Icy, just knowing how they like to play on defense, they typically like to push one of those lanes as is, whether they were on like the Jet or a Yoru previously, but maybe trying to do that conditioning to force TNX to use some of that Breach utility a bit earlier into the round and be able to use that refract to get out afterwards, just to force their hands a little bit more and change up the tempo that TNX might be approaching these rounds with.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is definitely a good call out there. You've got so much flexibility, I think, in terms of where you want to take your fights. If you even want to, like, put the Waylay and the Neon together to fight or spread them across on defense, you can fight on multiple fronts. The big question is, how is this comp going to, like, play out without a Breach inside of it, for example? Because I think your stalling power goes way down. Your crazy ultimate for retaking or taking a site, also you're losing out. But these are all questions that are going to be answered after we load into game between Catface and TNX GC for our first match here, seeing them face off against each other in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, this is definitely an uphill battle, I feel like, for TNX as well. Catface was a team that really made a name for themselves, I think, throughout the last couple of years of Game Changers, and just continuing to kind of like level up. And we saw insane gameplay. Animal was one of the best Sentinels, it felt like, last stage as well. Now seeing her slotting into that Omen is a bit of a change in pace for her too, but quickly telegraphed by TNX over towards this elbow control and very passive positioning on side of Catface here to play off the trips.
Yeah, Seal just jumped straight over the tripwire, but that was still an issue because the BFD was there. Takes her down, and now inside of the smoke, impossible to deal with. Sober Sushi and Rosie do get into the site, and we're all equaled out at 3-on-3, but TNX don't seem like they want to plant the spike just yet. Challenging up himself. Only Animal here, and faced up into 2. Absolutely no way to get out of there already. Catface on the prowl. These double duelists making work. And poor Sober Sushi in a 1-on-2 now has to bring the fight into them. 3 kills onto the round, but can't make it a 4th. Catface strike first.
was a nice attempt to try and bring that round back there for 10X. They make it close considering how that round initially started. I love the call to push up over towards A link as well, knowing that the quick rotation was coming in and not looking to get flooded in a retake scenario as they try to get that spike initiated, really taking the fight to them in that regard.
I'm out of here.
Now, okay, we've got Habibti is actually the one on the Outlaw. Usually you see Icy picking up an Outlaw or Marshall going into round number 2. Instead, Cypher's going to be playing a little forward this time around.
Ooh. Can't connect on that shot. The Neon just a little bit too quick. The adjustment on the tight angle. How much further are 10X going to go? Already one tripwire dealt with. Good stun onto Sin, but 10X aren't out of this smoke quickly enough. Playing a little bit reserved here. Now 5 come through the smoke, and nobody falls. A little bit ridiculous. Forces Animal to get active, get into the thick of things, and now the rest of Catface are here. It looks good at the start for 10X. But now Eli forced on back. There's just nothing doing. 4 on the round for Animal. Good work out of her.
A beautiful clean round here on the side of MEOW.
Let's kill them before they plant next
So
time,
far,
okay?
first 2 rounds seems like 10X are going to lean towards like these very telegraphed plays. Now that we do have weapons online, I'm curious to see if that will continue to be the name of the game. It does feel a little inevitable considering the way they're looking to set up Seal for those engagements, but at the same time, it also gives that opportunity for MEOW to get a very quick read and fast response to the aggression that's been coming out from the attackers.
Could also just be trying to punish A for the lack of breach
Be right back.
in that defender comp, but they're mixing it up this round. That's an op on Icy. Icy
Bye-bye.
has the door closed behind, and we'll have to slip on back there. The door, a little bit of added protection. But already Catface are adjusting. Without that door being broken, you really center up around the top mid fight.
Talking from the drone here as well. Gonna allude to the fact that it's clear, but you see now MEOW has also walked up outside of B, triggered that wall on the flank. Much more aggressive trips this time around as well. Bit of an earlier
50
signal.
posted up. Smoke comes in. And the stun to follow. Good utility from 10X if anyone was playing on the site, but it's full off-site hold from Catface, getting ready for a quick little retake in. But when you consider there's a Bucky, a couple of sniper rifles, it's going to be hard for Catface to really go anywhere here. Kind of need Seal to step up into their faces. That's the first kill for Rosie. Nice work, and Seal unable to adjust onto that one. Catface might have a way in with all these smokes going down, trying to create the maximum amount of chaos possible. These crossfires are just too good out of 10X. They'll take it cleanly.
Yeah, really nice setup there into the post plant, just trying to delay that CT retake for as long as possible. A solo hold by Seal in the post plant in that regard, and a great reply with that relay bolt that we actually saw coming out. But now that's also a big punish on MEOW as well, because we saw the investment into the operator in that round. Icy now stuck onto a judge in this one. They're going for this heavy A stack, looking to have that Cypher swap over to B here.
Yeah, after the early conditioning of full offsite A, now they've got a Paranoia up on the line. Stun comes in, but the counter Paranoia is there. Steal with the first. Luna Fox quick on the response, and even then, looking for a little bit extra. Now as the one-way comes down, the round will settle out for a bit.
Just taking a beat. I like the setup that we see on that B side there as well. Sure, they can take that market control, but you've got a little cross with those trips, and 10X instead look to walk up over towards mid with the smoke on the left side. Nice vines to delay any swing from Habibti as well.
That elbow fight going Luna Fox's way makes this walkthrough so difficult, especially with Habibti taking that timing, peeking back into top mid. Catface done a really good job of recognizing where the gaps in their defense are and filling into them as necessary. Habibti maybe filling in a little bit too much there. He does open up the way into the B site, but 10X are still really taking their time.
Look at this call too from Catface, like a full rotation, but
30
they're gonna
seconds
go opposite sides, back into like attackers spawn. It seems like these two teams have like swapped halves at this point. At first, I thought they were gonna go for like a full save on the side of 10X, but instead pick that spike back up, and we'll secure this backside plant here. And it's just super
Spike
low
planted.
though, waiting for this mid wrap.
Catface all grouped together. There's the right approach to get back into the site. Dealing with that breach is going to be the first condition Animal has to clear. First kill goes Eli's way, now stuck back onto the site. So much pressure for them to deal with.
One enemy
Clock
remaining.
not even a factor yet, but Animal is early onto the angle. And all of a sudden stepping forward is Luna Fox to take 3 in the round.
Really nicely done there by MEOW.
Ready.
The fact that they're all able to group up into a type of spawn as well and just get the information necessary to be able to wrap back around over in that B site, really playing that numbers advantage in the 3v2, knowing that 10X could be anywhere on the defender side, you know, waiting for those rotations to be caught. Now we look into this next round here, Ender. You've got Steel Garden available for Eli, so opportunity to try and push players off these sites. You can see how they are going to be playing further back on B as well, just keeping that market control, kind of anticipating the potential of that ult to come through, but the lurk is instead over at A.
Early scouting into mid doesn't amount to much there for Icy. Kind of waiting to see what information 10X is going to give them. Which so far isn't a whole lot of anything, just breaking that door as they've done the last few rounds. Before resetting back into A. That's where Sin has an opportunity to really catch 10X off guard with this Judge in hand, playing right up on the tripwire, and even having a Bibty bait for Sin just a little bit. That'll be the first shot coming through. Some good damage allows Habibti to clean up another. But 2 for 2 isn't exactly what Catface were hoping for here.
No, and again, this CT alley control for Seal looking to contest.
It's always a forward fight in the post plant, isn't it?
It definitely
And this
is.
time Luna Fox is going to bring that attention right back at Seal.
Slow down.
Luna Fox goes down, though. So another challenger approaches as Seal goes sliding straight into Icy. I don't know about that one. And now 10X start to crumble on multiple sides of the map. JJ shouts up forward. And now the Rolling Thunder on 13 HP. The teleport into JJ. What is that? She's going to take the round, no problem.
A Red Bull clutch coming in there by JJ, but man, for Animal, such a risk to be taking with that TP over, maybe hoping that JJ was looking into the wall with the flash out. I'm not really sure what the plan was there, but we are going to deal with like a little tech pause here for a moment as you guys bear with us while we wait to get back into game.
Yeah, the word on the street is a player disconnected, and usually you want to be connected. So Ideally, you want to play a 5v5, so we're going to hit the pause button and wait for us to get our 5th back. In the meantime, you can enjoy scenic sunset. The Los Angeles Tourism Board, I think, is who's bringing this to you.
Gorgeous.
Although nothing's being sold in market. That's what really surprises me about this, is that you just can't. There's nothing being sold there.
What do you mean?
It's the middle of the afternoon too.
You know what? That's true. We just did see like the shutters down on that one shop. Like I know they've got like the breakfast place back there. You got boba as well. You drink boba?
The boba shop better be open, or I'm gonna freak out. That's the one thing we've got here in LA is good boba. You can't take that away from me. See, the pawn shop is closed. No one's been in that in years. That was a consequence of COVID. Everyone's doing online shopping now.
What's your bubble tea order? It's a real question.
A bubble tea order? That's okay. I mix up. I think like a classic house milk tea can never go wrong.
Real.
Like that's how I judge my boba shops.
Yeah.
But I also love a like a peach tea with the boba and lychee. I'm a lychee head.
I'm a grass jelly girl myself, actually.
Oh, I respect that. Heavy respect on that game.
Love grass jelly. Also love the lychee jelly, or like even just like rainbow jelly too. Those are definitely in my faves. Tapioca is like every once in a while. Instead of classic milk tea though, my go-to if I'm trying a place to see if it's good, I will raise you a roasted milk tea instead, because I love like the toasty nutty flavor.
Okay, yeah, that's super valid. As a matter of fact, I will double down on the toasted flavor and say that my favorite boba I've ever had in my life was in Paris, from a place that they did like a black sesame.
Oh my god.
Which, yeah, that rocked my world.
That sounds insanely delicious.
Yeah, black sesame milk tea. Oh, I want to. You know what? Honestly, if any of you are going to Champs and you want the boba place, DM me. I will give you the boba place. I will hook it up. You will not go without the best boba in Paris.
We're about to have like an influx. You're gonna be like, they should have you posing with the boba, like as a sign, as I feel like, I saw like a couple ads with like Jing posing for some food shops.
Yeah,
as well.
and I'm easily as famous, if not more famous than Jing. So.
I think that is factual. You do not see me denying that whatsoever. But as we wait for this player to reconnect here, Ender.
Yes.
I mean, I feel like we are seeing TNX like very comfortably get onto these sites. The post plants have been going well there. I think it was like a really great response coming out from JJ in that 1v1 scenario up against, well, it's actually a 1v2 initially. But at the same time, I feel like for the side of Catface, this is a team where they're going to get those reads like really quickly as well. And I'm kind of curious what like the depth of 10x is going to be as we carry on into Sunset, because of the fact that this breach composition has been used so frequently historically on this map. I feel like everyone has a very good understanding of how to play up against this comp. So I'm really looking to see how they're going to dig deep as this game goes forward.
Yeah, and you also just are challenged a lot when you are playing the meta comp, let's say, versus like, okay, how often have you played against a Waylay solo duelist on this map? Not to mention the fact there's a Neon there also. You have to constantly like update your approach heading into the map, because I think the start of this game, it's been all about crushing A, because the very easy thing to identify is there's no breach on the other side. So the only way to fully lock down A main is with an early paranoia, you know, which we saw one time. But as the rounds have gone on, it's been a bit of a struggle actually holding on in the post plant. So do we stop hitting A entirely? Do we just adjust how we play the post plant? Do you want to like get an insert in elbow and then reset the rally? There's a lot of different ways you can approach playing out of that, even if you want to like keep abusing the breach, but we haven't seen that level of depth yet, like that you're talking about.
And I think the other thing too is we are seeing Habuti be very dynamic with her placement of like a lot of those cypher trips.
True.
Like she's having them like really bunkered on site sometimes. She's had them really far forward, like that one round that we just saw with Sin pushed up with the judge over in elbow, and really looking to catch maybe 10x off guard in some of those pacing moments that they're looking to take. So something that team's definitely going to have to keep an eye out for as they continue on in this attacking half. But I am liking what I'm seeing so far. I think 10x has been doing a pretty decent job of trying to change things up round for round as well. They did some conditioning over towards A before shifting over towards like that early B hit and then the mid re-clear. So the general like macro ideas as far as ensuring that they are reclaiming and re-clearing that space have been nice to see in the dynamicism so far in their approach to attack.
Well, I'm getting word that we have players rejoining TeamSpeak and trying to sort things out, so hopefully it won't be too much longer. I did see an interesting message in the chat, Ash. How is there a tech pause if they are not in stage? Now, I would like to address this by saying, have you ever been on your computer doing anything, and then, I don't know, something goes wrong, your internet turns off, You have. Do you know what the blue screen of death is? That doesn't just happen on the stage, team.
You have Windows as your OS. Just having Windows as your OS sometimes.
I want to be the blessed chatter that has never had a tech issue in their life and thinks that it's impossible to have a tech issue. Also have a lot of people without boba, but we're going to ignore them and get back into the game, thankfully. It is a little bit of an eco now that Catface are being forced onto, coming out of losing that last round, as well as basically every ult in the game just about up and available.
That is true, and you don't have the overdrive available here for Lunafox either. There's an attempt to walk up, but the scan's going to come out regardless, and now the signal for TNX to scale back over towards this A side, but they don't seem aware that many players are actually hovering over towards mid. A little death ball approach for Catface.
Yeah. Catface ready to pop out of the smoke in just a moment. As Rosie gets tagged up. Here goes Luna, Sheriff in hand. Actually, Waylay ultimate committed into things. That might not pay off. It doesn't seem to be at the very least. TNX holding their ground well. Now, completely enveloping these two members of Catface. Animal and Sin trying to fight their way out. With the one player on the side, and Animal's got a great little pocket to work off of here. Not tagged up by the dart. It's a 4K for Animal to win out on the eco.
Massive thrifty round there for Animal. Perfect reposition to dodge that utility as well, and a little crossfire to be held there. Now timeout to be called there by TNX after they lost the
call
spike
it?
on
We
site.
just had a 5-minute. I know the coaches can't talk, but come on, guys. That's
you know what?
crazy.
Sometimes you get a little. Maybe they're getting a little goofy during the tech pause. You know, they got to bring themselves back down to earth. I feel like that's what I hear the most from Game Changers teams when they call timeouts. Is it's not like always going to be that strategic timeout, but sometimes they just get a little bit too hyped. They're having a little bit of fun in chat, and they're like, okay. Guys, we
I'm
gotta
not gonna
lock in.
lie. There was ones with Teddy where we had a tech pause into a round rollback. We originally lost the round. The round was rolled back, and then we won the round. And I immediately called a timeout because I wanted the other team to sit on that.
Yeah, wait, that's evil. That is so evil of you.
I also probably said something of value. Probably
Oh
my
my
team would
God.
probably tell me that I didn't, but that's fine.
That's like another level of psychological warfare right there.
I like a good ice timeout. They're good content, if nothing else.
That is true. That is true. It's always funny.
I mean, is that? I guess it's 10x calling it. If Catface had called this timeout, that would really be iconic. You win
That
the
would be.
eco
That'd be
coming out of the
super
tech,
BM.
and then, whew. But now it's actually 10x onto the eco, so a little bit of back and forth rounds here between the squads. Looks like 10x want to get into this mid space early on, but nothing too quickly. Just need to break this door before they accomplish anything else.
Yeah, I like the scale up over towards A here as well. Like, not seeing that breach utility being used right off the gate, kind of that signal to try and find a little bit more space off the back of the recon getting information.
Yeah, you also have a Bibty back over on the B side again. After playing so many of those early rounds towards A. So confident trying to keep 10x guessing.
Okay.
Oi, says
Ouch.
Seal before saying nothing again, ever again. Well, I don't know about Lunafox there. That's a tough little whiff there. Actually, pulling so many rotates over. You've got JJ in the middle of 4 players. All the while, Eli's setting up this lurk over onto the B site. 10x aren't really into the site. This neural theft gives up the entire game from 10x. Just really unfortunate they had to run into exactly that, but as Silver Sushi finds a kill, what in the world is happening? There's fights everywhere. Everyone's just looking for a timing. It seems like Rosie's the only player to consistently be winning out on them. So now Hunter's Fury gets involved. Sin with a brilliant tag. Evens up the score 2-2 and even gets a fadeaway shot onto the Vise. Things are getting messy now into the post plant. Only one shock on Sin. Plenty of utility for 10x to play off of with that breach. Still Catface that have to move first. That's done. Huge tag, but no capitalization. No kills to follow. And now some shots going through the wall. It could be Catface. Still taking this. The stick to half and the shots from Icy mean that they take it.
It's a great retake, but I did like the the play that we saw over towards that B site as well. We have the Steel Garden come out, and it gets paired with that paranoia to make it impossible for Animal to try and find something before her gun gets taken away. But overall, I mean, it is great utility coming out from the side of Catface, out from Sin in particular, getting that information, making it difficult to play that swing into the post plant.
Switch it
Off
up.
the back,
Just for
but
fun.
you have to keep in mind that was also an eco round there for 10x.
Shadows traveling.
Back onto even footing in this round. But again, Catface sticking to Lunafox, creeping up into A. You can see trying to get in front of that one-way a little bit on a more forward angle to see if 10x are ready to have multiple people swinging around the corner. But no refresh on that smoke. Does discourage Lunafox from sticking up too far forward. Will break away the Vi's util, but that doesn't give too much information over to where the rest of 10x is going to be.
Deep trips here as well, coming out from Habibti. Making it awkward to try and cross over into that site, and Shockdart's not able to find anything either.
Smokes down, the volley of util is in. And Seal peeking through the smoke. That's a bad idea. 2 players were lying in wait. Catface have done a great job consistently of dealing with this aggression towards their own spawn, and now continuing on the attack themselves. Sober Sushi gets a couple, but that spike is now out in the middle of nowhere. It's a 2-on-2.
30
The
seconds.
10x have to regroup, have to recover the spike. That's going to be no problem as long as JJ is shooting like that. And if Ibti doesn't have the gun out, that'll be a problem. 10x get another.
Really nicely done. I think what I'm really enjoying out of the game plan from 10x is they're not afraid to take that beat to fight into one of those extremities when they know that Catface are looking for one of those like quick floods back onto that site. Got now another change coming in from the Cypher here as well. Shifting that trip back over towards top mid as Eli has been finding some of those timings to get the lurk around.
Gotta go. Shocking.
Luna, early stun to post up on the line. One way a little bit delayed coming all the way over from the B site, but it's enough to give that orb to Icy, so now the Waylay ult online. Defensive Cameron bottom mid, spots out the lurk.
Nice replay with the
All
drone.
comfortable work early done from 10x to pull some attention into top mid.
I think that pressure is just super important. Just trying to take any value from that tripwire down early.
Cool. Sin ready for that line. Sees the lurk and now head fully on a swivel. With Lunafox falling down early, things are getting really ugly on site. Icy was considering popping the X, but now just trying to dodge away from paranoias. One shot's all that's going to be found for them. And now this ultimate, I mean, what in the world is happening? I had to do a double take there. Animal just ulted straight into a breach. Bucky in hand, now has a gun. Can actually fight back into the site, but will be held for. Rosie gets 2 and 10x get another.
Incredibly competitive game between these two teams so far. I feel like it's just been a back and forth of on a lot of those dynamic ideas. I feel like I'm saying that word so much today, but it really...
But it's valid.
Yeah,
it is.
it really is. With how much both teams are really changing things up consistently round for round, and we really do see 10x like digging their heels deep to bring those new ideas and adapt on the fly depending on how Catface are playing.
Maybe another early fight here into A. Lunafox diving down into mid with the ultimate primed and ready. Paranoia, I mean, it's pandemonium. JJ finds the first shot in towards Tiles, but not before long, not before the rest of the teams get involved in this. Even the Sentinels are ready to show up into the thick of things.
Timing.
15 posted up on the line, but Eli's waiting for it, and it's 10x who come out massively ahead.
Ooh, nice read here from Icy as well, expecting that rotation over towards E, but not much else they're going to be able to do as 10x look to tie things up 5-5. And again, Catface, they're this team, Ender, where these are players that have been around the Game Changers scene for quite some time. They have so much experience. Meanwhile, for 10X, they're more of these almost like rookie players for the most part. So there's definitely experience under their belts, but not at like the main event level like the players on the side of Catface right now, right? So the fact that they're keeping it so close, I think speaks volumes as to what the potential of this team could be.
And winning 3 in a row after the timeout as well. You can see they're making the right adjustments on the fly. Hard to adjust to that. I think Icy just held W and then didn't stop. Got that kill, no problem. Forces 10X now to play a slower game without the Neon to break their way into a site and rely perhaps on some of these lurks into B.
Showing that lurking presence once again, but just continuing to challenge over towards mid. Luna Fox going down there when they had that advantage.
Animal can't complete the task there. But Habibti can on the other side of things. 2-on, how many rounds have come down into just a 2-on-2 in the post plant? This time scanning around, Sober Sushi's got plenty of util, the ultimate and a couple of shocks. The 10X are playing up on site. Instead of falling back into main, could be unexpected. Sober Sushi out in the open. That allows Jeje to reposition. Beautiful. Stepping out of the expected position. Now on that off angle and again creeping back into it. The yawn, I think, is just the cherry on top there.
So damn crispy. Like 14-7 right now for the Breach player in that round. They didn't even need any Breach utility to really open things up for themselves. And this is a player where you guys might not be familiar with her name within Game Changers NA, but originally had those roots over in the EMEA scene, playing on teams like Gamax, as well as the very early iteration of Nasser Ignite as well. And it's just kind of crazy how we see these players shifting region for region, and very much so finding themselves at home. Okay, wait.
Luna, that didn't pay off, did it? Rosie found the shots there. 10X aren't speeding up. They're still playing it a little bit calm. Expecting Icy and the rest of Catface to get aggro on the other side, and now 10X are just going to adjust and hit back into the cycle.
Scatter.
Ultimate over into elbow. Bibty can hear that. Bibty could do some work. Just the stinger in hand. That's the tripwire. And Seal is ready on the angle. That A site belongs to 10X.
Nice delay here over towards Ace. And a great Steel Garden already ready. The little peek over the dark cover. Let's do a bit of that chip damage.
Steel Garden comes on through. Eli out on the swing. And here go 10X. That utility, I wouldn't want to be Icy. That is brutal. 10X, ever since that timeout, have just been lights out. And they're going to go into the second half up 7-5.
Flawless round there for 10X to be able to cement that lead as we send into that second half. 5 rounds in a row for this team. And MEOW, they kick things off with taking the pistol. Like you were saying, the adjustments were so good coming out from this team. I'm not exactly certain who's actually calling for the likes of 10X GC, but you know that their coach Santi probably had a lot to say in those rounds to be able to get the team into the right place here when it comes down to how they were looking to approach this game. And now on defense, it's just, you know, classic Breach utility over towards A lobby.
You've seen it before a million times. You love it or you hate it. We'll see if the double duelist can break it apart. I mean, already we're in front of the utility. A second player in, but Neon stun connected anyways. Seal holds firm into elbow. JJ comes in for a little support on the escape as well. The retreat turns into a fight, as a matter of fact. And in mid, that'll be 10X coming up big as well. Catface, their only hope here now into the hands of Sin and Icy. And Icy, oh so low, trying to get in front of the utility, but a flash is gonna blind the eyes and take out any hope of this. It'll be Sober Sushi with another couple kills.
I feel like this pistol round was kind of indicative of a few of the issues that we were seeing on Catface earlier in the first half. Like some of those spacing problems that come into play. Yes, you are able to have like the Neon and Waylay catch up to each other, but even there, like the spacing timing wasn't quite right for Icy to actually have that support initially in elbow, and then Lunafox follows up, but after Icy's already taken the refract back and isn't able to actually go for that trade, nobody else can scale up because of that fault line, right? And I felt like we saw a lot of those hero plays coming in on the defense as well, where they had those ideas, they had a good plan, but when it came down to the actual execution, they were just like missing.
Well, same plan and similar execution. I mean that very much in the sense that Seal just sat Lunafox down. Even gets a little support flash to peek back onto the angle. Sober Sushi trying to get involved as well. I mean, this is a hunt down your ecos type of round in the best possible sense. 10X aren't giving up any territory over on this line, and it's going to pay off for them. Another 3 kills for the Sova player, just farming up towards that Hunter's Fury. And the round closes out without much drama.
You can definitely feel like 10X has that momentum that they've built up since round 8. Being able to take away that second pistol round as well, putting them in a great position here early on into the second half. And a very strong bonus to be coming through on top of all of that as well. I think part of the struggle right now for MEOW is even though they have so much in their kit when it comes down to catching those timings off guard, right? Trying to beat that breach utility, they don't have the same kind of util that's actually going to be able to assist both the Waylay and the Neon once they are able to push up onto those aggressive angles.
Speaking of those aggro lines, a couple of parting shots between Icy and Rosie there. They each take some damage, but the Outlaw wins out massively, both in the penetration factor, just the raw damage of 1 bullet as well. Catface haven't really committed to this. It's really Animal holding the extremities into A with that tripwire down. Spike still back in spawn, even as Luna peeks up into market and finds that first kill. Poor Vise, realizing there's 3 different avenues that the attackers can be approaching from, and guessing wrong on which one to actually hold. Catface have secured the site. Still have to go back and grab the spike. They're going to let the fastest player in the game do that with the Neon. While Sin mops up market. No problems there on the anti-bonus.
Now, flawless rounds here to conclude on the side of Catface. I think what we're going to continue to look forward to and look towards on the side of Catface is also how they're managing up against that Vice utility. We saw the swarm that occurred over at B just now, but at the same time, that was also just a bonus round on the side of 10X. They stacked a little bit differently to try, closer to A to try and have a little bit of that advantage. But the utility does also make it a bit more difficult for these heavy dive agents to find purchase on those sites.
I've already seen a few times Icy diving in, getting hit by util, and even just escaping backwards. You know, maybe you don't die, but it is still hard to get past all of this, especially when 10X are fighting so aggressively for A main control. Seal all the way up there and post on the angle. JJ didn't actually have to use that stun at start of round, so the whole time Seal was looking forward was on the line. The other side, though, Eli doesn't have the support of a Paranoia. It doesn't necessarily need it. 1-for-1 is good enough, and Rosie will still be here to hold on this side. But again, it's Catface attacking everywhere on the map. B main, A main, mid, it's all over the place. But they're banking on the individual prowess of their players to come up with something. That's not going to happen, though, when 10X bring the fight to them. Now Animal gets involved into things. Icy is still back in elbow. The spike is now coming into main. Seal is wondering, why are there people on every single side of me? And why is JJ there when the site should belong to us? Nothing seems to make any sense whatsoever, least alone that jump peek from Sin. Now through the smoke with 20 seconds left, she's not going to stick the spike, but maybe she should have. Out in the open without eyes. Rosie takes her out.
Great paranoia to respond coming out from Rosie, and double digits here from TNX. Cafes have only been able to find 1 round in the last 8. Otherwise, it's been
Yeesh.
TNX all the way.
Since the timeout,
Yep.
by the way.
That's just insane. Like, these players have felt electric. The 2 initiators in particular have been holding their more than their own when it comes down to not just utility, but some of the multi-kills that we see coming in on some of these rounds.
A lot of noise up into mid this time. Last time it was a calm walk into market before finding a pick. This time, Catface really trying to sell the fact that they've got bodies in the mid space. They broke 1 wall with the door over there. There's still a Vise wall top mid that they could try to spot out if they want, but instead, getting involved right behind that drone. Eli still here though, but with people swinging out from every single angle, there's just nothing that can be done. Good fire back from Sober Sushi. And to find the lurk. Actually, wait, Sin found 2 kills. Thought the lurk was dealt with, but it's still very much on the cards. Anchors falling. And the map exploding in 10x's face.
Yeah, 1v4 here for Sober Sushi to take this one home. Full kit available, but you consider the economic situation for the team despite having won those first few rounds. Yeah, a lot of these rounds have been right down to the wire. A lot of those 2v2s that we had given a nod to earlier.
Didn't realize, but had a whole lot of sushi in today's broadcast.
Yeah, we actually did.
Gal sushi, got Sober Sushi. I don't really know what that implies, but
Just sushi
we're eating
lovers.
good.
Just like
Nice
you.
to see Catface back on the board here too.
That is for sure. Having the ability to put a stop to that bleeding, I think, is huge for the team. They're definitely a very momentum-based squad as well, with Icy really heating up in series.
Don't give them time to reposition.
They've been playing well the entire time, just trying to take some of those timings with the Waylay. But again, with the risks that you're taking, with that, as the Waylay player, it's so hard for the rest of your team to, you know, find that follow-up, try and get that spacing down pat. And you can see a huge adjustment now on the side of 10x when they are on this eco with the hero rifle, a full lean over towards this B site, somewhere that we haven't really seen JJ actually post it up as that breach. They've done the conditioning with that A presence.
Yeah, and they do the same conditioning. Dart and smoke into A while this fight comes into B. Eli falling quickly to try and sell that there's only 1 person on this side of the map. Seal, already with ultimate popped, ready to go. Catface decide not to continue into the site, however. Instead, freezing, cutting noise, and trying to bait 10x into rotating away from the site, which is exactly what's happening.
Looking for a soft re-clear over towards mid before a re-hit on B would be my guess here for the side of Catface.
Would make sense. But Rosie kind of, by slipping into this space, they've identified that no one stepped into mid. Didn't hear loud rotates either. By now, Seal's ultimate has run out. Rosie has the 1 gun on this side of the map. But 10x are hedging their bets, and by not being in the stack here anymore, they kind of give up their ability to overwhelm with a quick retake. Let's see what Rose can do. Over to market, stepping out 1 for 1. That is not enough. And Seal's already been chipped away at. Classic out. There's nothing you can do in a situation like that. And this round starts to slip away as soon as Catface decided to slow things down, force 10x to make a decision. That was their downfall.
There's a recon to work with here for Sober Sushi. Aftershock too, but overall, this round should be a clean round win here for Catface.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, line them up, knock them down. 3 on the round for Icy. And with 3 ultimates still online, Catface could get some momentum moving here.
They absolutely could. We've seen some of the the set plays that they had when the Waylay ult has been up previously. That was on defense last time around with that walk down over towards mid, and they tried to pop that ult over at A. Wonder what the game plan is going to be this time, though. Maybe trying to deny the value out of that reach utility, force JJ off the angle early on, have that fallback occur, but it looks like another mid lean.
Quick dive up forward from Seal, but didn't spot Luna on the close corner. Rosie now just being toyed with. That waylay is having too much fun diving in and out of smokes, and back to the rest of her team. Catface have gotten away with so much there in mid.
And that's somewhere they're always contesting on the attack as well. They start very early outside of tiles, looking to ensure that TNX doesn't get that early positioning. Slow things down here outside of B, though, with the vines.
Yeah, the thorns and the wall, a little bit annoying. Baiting out that wall and still getting a shot off is crazy. Little 1-2 punch. They take their time with it, but eventually work their way into the site, and I think 10X might be best off saving here. That's without using any ults, by the way, too, Ash.
Yeah, it's huge that they're able to keep those carrying it forward into the next few rounds as they close this gap up against 10X. Just now, after this, it'll just be one round before they can tie things up 10-10. The rest of the team have their pockets hurting, so be curious to see what they're going to be able to scrape together when it comes down to weaponry for the rest of the squad.
Well, let's see if they can hold on to these two guns to begin with.
Last player standing.
Well, let's see if they can hold on to one gun to end with. There we go. Sober Sushi will get one, and Sober Sushi has been a bright spot for 10X, even in some of these more difficult rounds. Has been locked in. Just look at the minimap. I mean, the hunters are moving. Looking for their prey. Sober Sushi boosted up high. We can't see the crosshair. Sober Sushi could, but it's not enough to actually win out in that fight. We are now within touching distance, 10-9.
Yeah, even more so doable considering it's going to be that save that 10X are pushed onto now. No rifles to carry over. That's got to hurt, especially after they had so much momentum on their side. The second timeout to be called from this team, and I feel like that is also a potential really good sign for them. We saw how much success they found off the back of that first timeout.
7 in a row last time.
You can only hope that they're able to repeat that kind of success before MEOW try to close out the map.
Yeah, surely it's just that easy. Call a timeout. Say exactly the thing that will just make you win every round in the future, maybe. We'll see if they can start here on the eco. I mean, things that they could play for. JJ is one off the Rolling Thunder, and I think with the amount of control 10X have put with like the early stun, dart, one way into A, just snapping up that A orb shouldn't be too difficult for them if they wanted to have some kind of a shot in a late round situation this time if they got a pick.
I think what's interesting is the last couple of rounds that we've seen as well. We actually haven't seen the same conditioning that they were doing with that initiator utility outside of A to set Seal up on the angle. They've tried to be a little bit more
this is a nice spot.
Adaptable with the fault line. JJ ready to throw that out either over towards A or mid off of whatever contact or sound ends up being heard. I feel like the last few rounds we've seen both initiators with like nearly their full kits up, while the rest of the team has been dead. So I'm looking for them to play a little bit tighter with their duelist.
We're going flying. Lunafox already breaking the wall on the other side of the map too. Seal pushed all the way through B, and that's only going to invite Catface to get further and further into the A site. 5 players will survive for the post plants. Then it comes down to whether or not 10X can cut down on some of these lines. Ultimate deep into enemy territory. Here goes Lunafox. Everyone getting involved, but a great shot out of Sober Sushi. We'll give 10X the numbers advantage. All of a sudden, things start to look doable. By dealing with that early aggro, swing across, and it's just crispy. Out of Sin, 1 HP is all she'll need. As Noah Dart, a little bit extra layers of stun drop, but Animal is still going to be holding her shoulder. No problems, except for Sober Sushi. 3 on the round, but we are all tied up.
What a way to do it here from Catface. They completely shifted the momentum from that long streak that 10X were able to string together. But now back onto a bye here for 10X. They do have the Rolling Thunder available that you were talking about, charging up last round. And just one away from that steel garden here as well. Main ult that we can look forward to here on the side of Catface is going to be the Hunter's Fury here for Sin.
Go, go, go!
They do enjoy this early mid control just to deny any mid aggression on the side of 10x. Make sure they can break market door early on.
Yeah. A quick slide there too. You can sometimes see underneath the door as it's closing. Some little feetsies running off into the distance. Get a few pot shots in. But we're here ready for a relatively quick B split. If a fight opens up, and it's exactly there for Icy. One way, and Thorns stalls out B main just a little bit, but those Thorns might have even been down a little bit too early. Now they've gone away the same time the market players are starting to activate, but nice little headshot there from Eli. Now a steel garden to stop the forward fight. Could be enough to buy time for rotates to come on through.
They might have the site, but they don't have the spike. They have to go and reclaim that over towards bottom mid, losing honestly precious time as the rest of the 10x makes their way over towards B.
Yeah, they're ready. And don't forget, there's a rolling thunder ready to go.
Enemy mark.
The second this spike goes down, JJ getting called over and now. And 35 seconds, is Animal thinking about maybe using a teleport onto the other side of the map? It certainly seems that way. TP into A now while this lurk creeps on up and Habibti goes down. Lunafox activating.
What?
Can't react to Eli in the corner, so Catface seem to have called themselves out of the round. Animal is all on her own. Sin is so far away. There's still 4 players alive for 10x. Still a rolling thunder if they want to bring that online.
Hunter's Fury.
Cover going out.
Yeah, Sin could respond, but I think Sin needs to find a timing to cloach from the backside, giving away her position. But Animal now trying to isolate those fights who won't be there. 10x were put in an uncomfortable position, but they reacted perfectly in the late round to everything Catface were throwing at them.
I like the idea that we saw from Catface. They take that pause on B. Sure, it's the fumble where they have to go and get that spike back over towards bottom mid. But there was great position over for the rotation cutoff from Habibti, right? And then you have the from the shadows popping over towards A from Animal. All Habibti really had to do was sit behind that vice wall, not trigger it, to try and catch somebody off guard, as opposed to, I think, biting off a little bit more than she could chew in that moment.
Going to be a bit of a wake-up call for Catface that had strung together 4 rounds in a row. But they'll stick to much of the same, breaking the door early on. Problems could arise here with a fault line. Ready to go. Off of Seal's contact. Executed before a chance even comes in to support on the stun. So now 10x pressured. Paranoia comes out early. I mean, 10x are revealing their position all around the map, and that makes sense with Neural Theft coming online as well. Catface can react to that and regroup back into A. And they're not even masking this at all. They're moving so quickly. Those duelists are all over the map, up into pawn, creating pressure, maybe even pulling out an early rolling thunder.
Spike planted.
And Ultimate to try and get back onto the site quickly, but 10x still have to wait a little bit for Eli to get there.
Playing for the extremities, expecting that ultimate to come through.
Here it comes, but doesn't even hit a single player. Yeah, it hits the Cypher back in spawn, but there's still so many players left on site. Lunafox up into the thick of things, pinged up by the dart, and falls eventually. Now Catface pushed away from the site. Even with 4 alive, they've got to fight. They've got to get their guns out and get into this somehow. Sin puts away the Hunter's Fury because they're the only player left. Sin's got to get in there. She's got to do something, and it's not going to happen. Rosie shuts her down, putting 10x on map point.
This is insane. The way that 10x are making these adjustments up against MEOW's game plan is so well read into these retake scenarios, and the discipline to wait for the rest of the team to rotate as well has been so nice to see. And then for Catface, I feel like we see a lot of success on those early engagements, but once they get into those post-plant positions, we're not seeing like the crossfires that we want from each player. It feels like a little bit of over-peaking at times, taking some of those risks. Of course, that round, a little bit of a different story with how they were forced off the site, but...
Back to the main fight. This time, doesn't fall immediately, and Seal is going to capitalize off of that beautifully. 1 for 1 as Icy finds the trade. But still, no Cypher makes you so concerned about the extremity lurks.
That definitely does. I think it's kind of surprising as well that we haven't really seen Catface go for that early Vice Wall trigger over towards top mid, even though they'll invest like a top mid smoke, even one on the right side, try and bait like a potential lurk, but passive information gives it away.
Chip onto Annie. 44 HP. And look at this flank. 2 players all the way back in spawn. It's going to come in so much faster than Catface are expecting, and the map is nearly slipping away from them. Fighting forward seems to be the only solution for Catface, but they've got to be worried about their back. And no one's looking at it. No one's ready. JJ with 1. JJ with... No! Sober Sushi steals those away from JJ. Right on top of him. And that'll be TNX taking map number 1. Nothing that can be done about that. Great work out of TNX on their map pick.
They're looking great right now from TNX, really taking that momentum forward, and we really did see them dig deep here on Sunset. A great start. I promise that did not transform into a gray blob during the game, guys, but it's really...
Prove it right now.
That's a lot of pressure. I don't know if I perform well under pressure. That's why I don't compete. But
you can prove it after the break. How about that? Good start to things for TNX in this series. More on the other side of this break. Well, Game Changers Swift Stage continues to excite us here. 10X taking map number 1. And honestly, I think that's a bit of a surprise to people, even on the map pick. Just looking at the teams, the names in the server, Catfacer team constantly challenging towards the top, but they got beaten after 2 really effective timeouts, it seemed. Also, I'm back here with Not a Gray Blob. This is Ash. So thanks for joining us.
I appreciate you giving me the second opportunity to prove myself after the break. But yeah, you guys can see it in the timeline down below. After that timeout, round 8, it ends up being 7 rounds in a row that 10X are able to garner for themselves. And that's how they really got themselves cemented into this matchup. And for MEOW, I think Catface, the big difference was we saw a lot of hero plays, right? That was really what we were leaning into for Lunafox and for Icy. Meanwhile, for 10X, it really felt like they were playing a lot more as a unit. The spacing was really good for those trades, and I think that's where the biggest differences were made there in the server.
Absolutely. I think that was pretty evident as the game went on. I think I became less and less convinced by the double duelist approach as the game went on as well. I think they were really good at like capitalizing and taking a lot of space, but the post plants seemed to be a consistent struggle. And whether or not that was, you know, not having enough utility, or maybe our duelists looking very aggressively for fights back towards spawn, those weren't exactly going Catface's way. It is worth shouting out Sober Sushi topping the leaderboard at 23 and 14. Excellent work out of the Sova player. So many multi-frag rounds to steer the game 10X's way.
Yeah, Sober Sushi and JJ, not just with the picks, but like the utility and support of Seal or other players across the map for like that market line, for the fault line, I think just made such a huge difference for how 10X were looking to approach this map. And I do have to give credit, though, to Icy, even though we didn't see the double duelist to kind of take over the way we were kind of hoping to on the side of Catface, considering the fact they were leaning into it so heavily. Icy did a great job at just like opening up a lot of those rounds for Catface, a lot of those engagements to try and get the timing on that fault line and get ahead of that breach utility. So definitely want to give them kudos for that. And I'm interested to see how they adjust to kind of work on those like small fundamental issues, I think, going forward into our next map.
Yeah, especially as we get into less practice territory in terms of maps. We have Bind re-entering the pool here as map number 2. Corrode after that, if Catface can push us there. But now as we do get ready for Bind, this is where, again, we get to ask some questions as to what actually Catface are going to be playing. They threw us a lot of surprises back in map number 1 with the Neon and the Waylay, of course. It's a map that we were talking about earlier. You can play double duelists on. And we even saw some of that in our first series too. So definitely an option for them now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if that is something they are going to lean into, or if it will be that double controller that we've really been seeing on Bind. The Brim and the Viper being like the classic duo, and then obviously you tend to have a double initiator on the other side of that just to get that information past those.
Do we get a vote on what they play? Because I would love to put in a vote for double controller if we're counting that in some way.
I think, you know, we'll send an email. We can workshop this, I think, for next week.
Yeah, not in time for today. Okay.
Yeah,
and that's tough because I'm not casting next week. So.
Well, more time for them to get back to you, Under.
That's true. That's true. I have a feeling. Yeah, they can circle back next week. We'll table this for now before we can get into our map. Agent select coming shortly, of course. Where can we go here with Bind? Like, I feel like we because we already got to cast Bind today. We already talked a lot of the big picture stuff. But that was a strange map, I felt like, because it kind of got away from FlyQuest as we were playing them. We didn't see FlyQuest do a ton of like the quick style plays that we were seeing from them earlier. So I feel like Bind is a map that can really be played out, especially on the attacking side, in different ways. You know, you can either I'm sorry, I got distracted by Kestrel in chat. Ridiculous. No, I can't give you a recap of the first series. Go watch the first series. Let's get into Bind, where what I was going to say is you can either just play like execs on repeat, or you can play a slower macro style, which might suit our teams better here.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the vibe of both of these teams. A lot of those set plays is what we saw on the side of TNX for what they were cooking up with like that breach and whatnot. And then for the side of Catface, I think there were the ideas for that too, but we will be swiftly answering. They're still going to lean into this double duelist, something a little more traditional though, with the Yoru and the Raze coming into the fray. Meanwhile, for TNX, they're just playing the meta right now when you look at this bind composition. Simple as that.
Yeah, no complaints there. I'm a big fan of the Gecko, but I'm also a fan of the Deadlock that Annie is locking in. I think she's played this on this map before. I've played against her playing Deadlock at some point. I know that for a fact. But I will say, I personally enjoyed this pick on the map. I think there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. But what are your thoughts on Deadlock here?
I love the Deadlock on Bind. I think that there are a lot of opportunities to get great use of the sound sensors because you have like those vertical drops out of hookah. You have the drop over a short as well. So it makes it a little more dangerous to find like the right satchel timing, I think, as well for the Raze to try and either get past those trips or even like destroy them as you're trying to hop into those sites. So excited to see. The grab net's always fun. Now that it refreshes too, you get to catch more Pokemon at the end of the day. Snatch somebody out of midair.
That's really what it's all about, you know?
We have priorities
Pokemon
here.
Go in your Valorant.
In your Valorant games.
You've got to love it. But it's time now to jump on into Bind here. Nobody getting heroed a pistol or anything like that in the pistol. It is just a good old-fashioned A attack, it would seem here. Catface gearing up for that one. Dog in, and the rest of the team following behind that, no problem. Rosie a little bit isolated into lamps right now. Great work from the anchors of TNX. Not slowing down at all after the opening map, but it hasn't been so simple since then. As players fall down, a teleport comes in. It's responded to. It's a quick dash over into the B site.
Hovering around the Rosie now. Looking to plant over towards backside, knowing that they've got that timing beat on TNX as well, taking that CT control. But look at the kits here. JJ's got full kit available. Same thing for Sober Sushi. Lots to re-clear.
Ooh, a little pre-fire there from Luna. Is going to cost that kill going down. With Sin being so low, Luna's going to need to at least find a kill here. Already about 20 seconds into the post plant. There's got to be something 10x consider here, especially with it planted out in the open. I mean, that could be hookah, it could be elbow, it could be long. Now that they know one is up in hookah, and Wingman has been taken off the spike. Lunafox needs to get involved, needs to get into it, but it's not going to happen. 10x will start things off here with the pistol.
Start that shit here, mate.
Great start here for 10x off the momentum of that sunset win. It was a nice pivot at the very least for Catface, but I think that initial A hold, it had a beautiful crossfire with Rosie over in lamps, and then you had Seal peeking out through that smoke over at Triple as well, really catching MEOW off guard in those moments. No one really keen to take a look over on that side, expecting someone to disrespect the smoke. But as we head into this next round now, it's going to be a 5-person push over towards Showers, looking to maybe overwhelm, try and farm up this orb.
Rosie sees a Marshall, doesn't want to tango with that too much. Falls back one layer into the site. Does get the smokes in time. Molly ready to go if there was going to be any sort of quick acceleration into the site. Now a dog goes through the teleporter and spots all 5 players. Wow, that's some good information. And Catface have to reset the round after that reveal.
Seeing what they can get right now. See if 10x will give them anything to chew on.
Well, Eli would be a problem if Catface continued over towards B side. Spectre in hand has already crept forward. That is now the final smoke gone from Rosie's arsenal. But still with the kill coming in, with all this pressure on the flank and the Ares. The Raise Aries is a sentence that I'm saying. I don't know why I'm saying that sentence. I don't know why it's working, but it simply is. That's 2 now for 10x.
Definitely not the agent that you're expecting to be holding the LMG, that's for sure. There's a great flank coming in from Eli at the snake bite as well to ensure that MEOW wouldn't be able to pivot and look to fully flood the flanking player and overwhelm them to rotate over towards B. Now this is where things get a bit more interesting here for Catface. They've got a weaponry in hand. Outside of 10x. So looking a very similar setup to what we had been seeing before. Looking for that early information with the guiding light. Able to find just a piece, forcing AC to take that teleport out.
Ooh, this wall is not the right wall. I think Eli doesn't actually fully block off the corner there. We're off on the angle of that one. And he was testing it for a moment. So far, 10x are out in early Skydog, out in early Sky Flash, revealing that Sky's on this side of the map. And, well, JJ's just gonna face up and take that fight anyways, no problem. Rosie down low, somehow slipping away with the stimmy. Not gonna live for much longer, though, as the fight goes into backside. Without Shower's control, though. Catface is gonna put down the wall. It gets obliterated by the Ares. Seeing some of the power of that gun as a counter into the deadlock for sure. We flipped the map entirely. Catface into backside A. All 4 defenders now on the flank. They're going to realize quickly that Catface have planted themselves firmly within the site. It's time to act from 10x. They can't waste too much more here, especially with players dropping in showers, dropping on short, all over the place. It's just JJ who's done the full wrap from triple to showers to short. But now without any time left, it'll be MEOW firmly in control here on the anti-bonus.
Nice clean round for them to carry these weapons over into the next. For 10x, they're slowly cycling up into these ultimates. Both the raises actually just 2 off of showstoppers of their own, respectively. And similar mirror when it comes down to those seekers here as well. But we haven't seen too much, I think, prioritization actually of that orb control. It's been very like more passive, showers control, as well as over towards B-long. It's time the deep smoke to come through, forcing the flash out a bit earlier here.
Yeah, should be a little flash combo into the teleport for showers control and dominating the orb. Not really reinventing the wheel, but this refight is just a little bit extra. Sin's gonna make quick work of that as now Luna goes dive bombing into lamps. Well, hit the brakes for just a moment as the team scales on forward. Now challenging. Maybe a bit over eager on that one. Is Annie... Oh, no! Not ready for that one either. Lamps has just been firmly controlled by the defense. That means no struggle retaking into the back of sight. That means no struggle fighting back on short. And Catface are pushed into showers and to play this post plant from way on deep. I see maybe the saving grace into this round with the late push into short, but JJ's waiting for it. 10x face no issues in this 4th round.
This team looks so drilled with the way that they play together. We saw it already on Sunset, now repeating that history here on Bind. And again, we do see the ideas that MEOW have with, you know, how they're looking to take space over towards showers, the flash TP combo, the classic Yoru on that side of the map. The TNX have been doing so well, I think, with Rosie cycling a lot of that brimstone utility, not kind of overextending their util usage either, holding on to it, and just having so much that they can fight back in with as well with the double initiator to get that information.
Hi, Dizzy doesn't see anything. Seal is in a lot of trouble. 4 players moving down B-long. How much further do they want to go? 10x are leaning heavy into B for really the first time all game. There's Eli getting this big walk up out of showers. They can hold their ground here. Showstopper to come on through. Luna gets the first. And a second one, too, swapping into the Sheriff. Catface have somehow made something work here on the half buy. There's still more left to be done with Rosie.
I've got your trail.
Lodged in hookah. Another flank left on the way. Luckily, those Seekers are going to reveal exactly how 10X are approaching into the post plant. There's still so many variables that Catface need to be able to control.
One enemy remaining.
Player down long. I mean, what is going on? Catface are destroying 10X.
I mean, a huge shift considering the last couple of rounds. Finding that success on B after hitting A just hasn't really been working out in their favor. They're struggling a lot with those crossfires and how 10X are maintaining backside control of that A side as well. Another technical pause coming in. I mean, Ender, they're not on stage. Like, how's this happening?
How are we having tech pauses when these players are? It doesn't make any sense. Does anyone in chat understand how it's possible to have a tech pause with a computer from home when 10 players are playing from 10 different locations? And staff are also staffing from different locations, and casters are casting from different locations. It doesn't make any sense. Someone put it all together.
The math isn't adding up for us.
That's why UCI didn't let me in. I couldn't understand simple math like this. Actually, what is it? Oh my, it's been so long. I'm cooked. I give up. No, I'm not talking about college.
That's okay. We don't
I'm fighting my demons today, okay? We need to get away from my demons.
We don't need to think back. Think forward. Think forward. We're on Vine now.
They're too strong.
We don't have Lace is not in the server.
No, we can't talk about Lace. That's a problem. Any Teddy Tactics players? No.
No safety here for Ender.
We both were in EMEA.
Yes.
But it's an NA
broadcast. Is that
broadcast.
why we're getting tech pauses, though?
Wait. You might... Hold on. EMEA casters casting a player from EMEA. Hold. Okay, the math is adding up.
I think there's
Pansy, you can type now. You can type. We know you're here.
Too much EMEA power being brought into NA Game Changers right now. They felt the imbalance in the universe.
It just they had to even it out by disconnecting a few times. It is a player disconnect, for the record. That's what we're dealing with. So the only way to fix that is to reconnect, famously. So until they do that, you're stuck with us. Isn't that exciting? I will be fielding questions from chat, though, if this is an especially long pause. So feel free to...
It's turning into a Q&A now.
Yeah, you know, if there's anything you want to know. I think we had a lot of people reach out about the Parisian boba that I was referencing. I've also got Mad Berlin boba game. Every city I go to, I know the boba meta and the specialty coffee meta. Those are my two big things.
I don't think I even tried boba once while I was in Berlin.
Really? There is... Okay, so a little bit of a side tangent, but Dosha Tea House. If anyone ever goes to Berlin, you have to go to Dosha Tea House. The two owners, they moved to Berlin from Taiwan, and they are literally LEC fans. So it's awesome.
Wait, that's so sick.
Yeah, and I would go in and they'd be like, "Oh, hi, how are you?" You know, it was actually the best thing ever. So yeah,
God.
I will always shout them out.
You are more famous than Jing. Oh my God, that's so crazy.
I might be with them. I don't know if they're Valorant heads, but no. And the boba was just the best I've had. Outside of that Parisian place, it's two of my favorite boba shops.
Damn. Okay. High praise for these places.
I know the game, you know.
Hey, I gotta have mad respect for that. Mad respect for that. Yeah, good taste in boba. That's a check mark in my books for sure. It looks like we finally got back into game.
Hey,
so we got the reconnection. That's a W.
That is a W. Unfortunately for 10X don't really have the money to play this round, do they? Wait a second. No, I think we might have run out of tech pause time is my new theory. I don't know that for sure. We're going to confirm because right now JJ is literally sitting in spawn. But hopefully we'll get an answer on that soon. Yeah, and it's been confirmed. 10X have run out of tech pause time. This is one of the unfortunate realities of you know, running these or like playing in these big tourneys is can't sit around forever. And I've experienced this a little bit as a coach. It's unfortunate, but sometimes you just got to try and play through and see what you can come up with. Does mean, I think, one of the reasons why 10X didn't really buy into this round at all is the fact that the only person that can get a gun isn't actually in the server, but did actually come back. Hold on. We've got 5 players cooking. We've got ultimates. We're down to 40 seconds. If 10X win a round that half of it is a 4v5, I'm going to freak out. The first ultimate has been dodged away from. The fight and backside doesn't net anything. JJ could catch a timing here with the classic in hand.
What?
Does manage to get a kill, but not before two of her teammates drop. 3-on-3 now. 10X have never actually been pushed out of backside. They've been bottlenecked there by a deadlock wall, and now with Annie winning a fight out of showers. Come steeper and steeper to try and dig their way out of this hole. Yep, Annie continuing on her warpath from showers. Shouldn't be too much more of an issue. As the time starts to tick away, Eli gets a really sweet shot and another one. But again, the clock and Abibti, you don't want to look at the inventory. That is a Brimstone ultimate. Even if this round were to be played out, there is no time in the world. 10X, that's so tragic for them. Winning out in the kills, but not in the clock.
For sure, but the fact that they were in a 4v5 and then were able to buy it, not even buy time, Cafe's just played slow.
True.
For JJ to come back into that round and then still be able to take out like every weapon and do like that economical damage is kind of ridiculous considering how that round initially started. It's kind of silly, kind of goofy, but I feel like that's been the theme of today.
What, you thought the 4 aces were serious earlier today?
I thought the 2 nice kills were actually the most serious part of today.
Yeah, unbelievable. Well, Catface have decided to buy an operator on Icy. Don't know what it's doing on A short right now on a passive line, but eventually it'll pay off. My concern is Catface start playing a lot of these slow rounds like in the last one and eating up maybe too much of the clock.
I think that's the thing. Also not like showing too much presence in these slow defaults as well. The off finally finds that purchase there, Ender, but
that is one of the things. You're playing a comp with very little info. You have some like active info in terms of the gecko in the sky, but you kind of want to take forward lines on the defense. That's exactly what the... Hold on. Eli's walked up. That Brimstone ultimate on short has kept these players frozen. Eli is here so quickly. How do you turn around to react to this, especially with all the utility being thrown out from JJ? Here comes the flank. Eli is here and no one is looking at it. Eli with 2. Freezes for a moment as the fight continues to rain down on site. It's 1-on-1 out of nowhere. Annie looking at a whole lot of green on her screen. Grabs the spike, turns back around into the site. 15 seconds left onto the clock. And a 1-on-1. Ready for it now. Expecting Eli around the corner! But it's Eli with 3 on the round to take it.
So tough for Animal too. The Phantom moment, the 140 to the head. But that flank coming in from Eli, that's something that we saw the first couple of rounds on Bind and able to, again, find so much impact in taking that space, relaying information in the team, and sealing the deal with the backstab there as well. The retakes have been looking really nice coming out from 10X. And again, in those post plants, in those moments where they're actually trying to take site, after the initial execution, MEOW consistently find themselves in difficult positions where they don't quite have the utility to reply or have that chance to delay that retake.
Fight into showers, and he's going to see a few players and get away from that one. Here comes a little bit of a TP play into long. Eli and JJ completely locked in on that angle. Make quick work of the eco.
Such a nice play coming out from the two of them. And JJ falling back on site as well. Not looking to get isolated in that 2v1 while the rest of the team leans over to the other side of the map.
One enemy remaining.
Really wide angle there, and it pays off for JJ. Whew. Nice shots in return, but unfortunately for Annie, she is teleported straight into Seal. And is ready for it somehow. Hold on. Annie's got an ultimate here too, has a grab with the net too. Plants the spike. And now knows the angle of approach. There he goes. But the ult goes into the teleporter. Oh no, that's not a wall. And that just robs Annie of any hope she had in the round.
So heartbreaking there for Catface.
Beep, beep, beep.
These holds on the side of TNX, consistently catching Catface off guard. Really beautiful set play that we saw over at B Long with the walk into the poison orb and the flash to pop past the smoke there as well, just after Catface themselves thought they had cleared the space out with their own guiding light. Now the timeout to be called here from Catface. Again, they've been so good at least getting that spike initiated, even in some of those like clutch moments. But 10X are really coming out on top when it comes down to those retake fights and the amount of information that they have due to the double initiator.
Which surprises me a bit, considering like Catface have been sitting on the dimensional drift for a couple rounds. They've been sitting on the Brim ulti for the last 3 rounds at least. Like, these are big tools that can help you, I mean, win out at any stage of the game, but especially that Brim ult to secure a post plant, play a little bit for time to stall, anything like this is super effective. They're very close to getting Sin and Luna's ults online too, so a lot to think about in terms of how they want to approach this. I think they've seen a lot of 10X fighting over the extremities of the map. Like every round it's what, 2 showers, 2 into long? Surely they're thinking about either breaking that or how to avoid that.
There. I think you can also look towards this round as like the combination with those 2 ultimates that you mentioned on the side of Catface.
Sure.
Like do a little bit of that scouting with the dimensional drift, try and rip an orbital strike off the back of that information so you don't just like blindly waste it over at lamps as well. So definitely opportunities to make those kinds of plays.
Oh, here's the double fight into shower. This time a fake teleport out of Icy, posting back up onto the line, but it's Eli on the other side of the map. That was outside sand where that kill went down. And still the pressure is on Icy, getting stunned up by a dog from long. I mean, Icy is the worm on the end of a fish hook, except Catface aren't even out on the water right now. They're not doing anything anywhere else on the map.
I think that's what they're just doing so well with that extremity control that you mentioned previously, Under, is just those trap plays that teleport to. They're not even like overly complicated trap plays. It's just ripping the Trailblazer off the back of that contact in showers and finding that advantage in the fight. And he's going to continue this lurk over towards A, see if she can find any information. But 10X, this team loves to play forward and then that push and pull so well where they look to back up and bunker back in on site.
Just ready for that fast flood. One of the
left.
real strengths, I think, of having a Gecko on your team especially. The scouting from back there, getting wings out quickly. B is where the finish will be. Catface, they have ultimate. Oh, they're saving. Never mind. That's, I mean, it makes sense. Again, losing your Yoru at the start of the round when you wanted to run a dimensional drift play makes sense. This is another round where we're just sitting on a million ultimates, and Catface has been unable to execute on any of them.
I think the adjustment that I'm going to look for on the side of Catface is leaning back into the defaults that we've seen previously from them, but trying to contest that B long space a little bit more past that poison orb, not allow it to be so comfortable for JJ to be throwing the Trailblazer through the TP to assist with the showers fight. But even then, after the conditioning that's been done by 10X, they might not even revisit the the fight at this point, knowing they've put so much pressure on the one extremity there up against Catface.
They're just going to run an exec, it looks like. Probably the Dimensional Drift in through showers. Ultimate down early, yeah. Just unleash absolutely everything. Seal countering with the showstopper from down short as well. I mean, there's goop in everyone's eyes. No one has any idea what is going on in a round like this. It is Catface on site, but without control over backsite or lamps. Now going to start to filter into a bit of that space. Take their chance to get the spike down onto the ground. It's a brief respite before all hell breaks loose, and here it starts. Icy with the judge in the corner. Catface capitalizing beautifully off of all those ultimates. Eli, the last real problem to hold down the fort, and even that'll just be for a moment. Catface have finally bounced back.
Hey, it's a great change of pace off the back of the expenditure of all of those ultimates. That also means a huge investment into that round alone to try and stop that chain of rounds that 10X were building up with 3 in a row. 2 more rounds left into this half. Catface had that opportunity to tie things up before they look to swap sides. Right now for 10X, changing things up here once again. Actually leaving a little less defended than what we've seen previously. Going for that showers control.
Big showers fight. Into the corner is Seal. Lines him up, knocks him down. As easy as that. Last round the A-pop worked when there were 4 ultimates, but this time there's none. There might not even be a player surviving the onslaught that is Seal. Luna sticking around, but Steel is still here. That's 4 now into the round. Seal waiting for another. Anticipating what is to come. Seal got the 1, got 2, 3, 4, but can't secure 5. The ace is denied, but this round is certainly going the way of 10X. iBUYPOWER with way too much to do, and 10X bounced straight back.
Comfortable knowing that they're going into the second half with a lead on the side of 10X. They've also now cycled up into quite a couple of ultimates. The Seekers and the Thrash being huge to have in this final round of the first. And even that opportunity to maybe even cycle into the Raze or Brimstone ults into this round as well. For Catface, the tempo change worked on the round that we talked about with all the ultimates. They still have yet to really find an answer when they don't have so much to work with.
Going back into a spread play. Eli's got an operator, by the way. Posted up on B-Long on the Viper of all things. While the rest of 10X is fought out through showers. 10X putting full control in the outside lanes of the map. Catface are a bit frozen in their tracks right now behind the one-way.
Taking a beat before they get ready for the pop.
Here it comes, right? Smokes come down. All of a sudden, the double satchel in from Luna. Trying to peek up on top of these smokes. Has gone for this pathing a couple of times, but this time no one's waiting for it. So the fight goes to lamps, and that's where Seal is. You don't want to fight into that. Now a showstopper. No. One end goes down. A little trade there. iBUYPOWER knocking it down, but still the spike has yet to be planted. Rosie's still lodged into back sight and alive on 9 HP to capitalize on the flash. Rosie is ridiculous. They are just too damn good. Catface have been routed.
There's no way iBUYPOWER expects like a high-low being held here toward shore right now.
Absolutely not. There they are, posted up. Eli lying in wait, 8-4 as we head into the second half for 10X. Not going the way anyone would have thought, but this 10X team has already made a statement here in the first map and a half.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a clinic on defense coming up from 10X. Their retakes were clean, their ability to stall as well. So much of that also off the back of Eli getting a couple of those rounds where they could get the lurk in, get that flank down, and have Catface completely contained. And that's the half where we expected, okay, Catface might feel a little bit more comfortable running that double duelist. Now there's going to be that continuous pressure on the 2 duelists here for the side of Catface, but more about how they're going to handle these extremity fights to play that push and pull and force some of that utility out from 10X early.
Shower seems to be the name of the game. But 10x not overcommitting to it, even if they put quite a bit of util into the area. That spike still hanging out into market, so just trying to get the download on how Catface are holding on D. VCT decided not to get too aggro into the line, so it allowed 10x to slip back over. Just going to wait for that deadlock wall to fall outside Hookah before gearing up for a B-pop. Walk down into short. There is Eli waiting for it. Eli's been so good today. Trades 1 for 1 as a flash up into long gets stalled out by yet another flash and the net. What a gorgeous combo. But Seal still gets 2. A shocker with Rosie now slipping up into the smoke. Luna has a knife out right in Rosie's face. 10x are running away with this thing.
Spike planted.
Well, up to iBUYPOWER in a 1v3. Crossfires galore here.
Unreal. iBUYPOWER into the 1-on-3. Got some good damage. Hold on. iBUYPOWER might have an honest shot here. Rosie forced out into the open. 3 already. Clock is ticking away. Here goes iBUYPOWER onto the right side. A headshot, but betrayal by the Frenzy. 10x still get it.
Credit for a great attempt coming out from iBUYPOWER in the 1v3. Nearly securing that for MEOW and for 10x. Securing the second pistol now in this match. That momentum that they built over on Sunset very much so carrying into Bind. Team looking very comfortable for Catface. It's been a little bit of a different story. It feels like we've seen those moments where they are kind of out of ideas.
There you go. This is an idea. 4 players down short. It might just work actually for Catface. We got the first 2 kills. They're forcing up a bit. Now reassessing their options into showers. This has put a lot of pressure on 10x now without really any space anywhere on the map.
The showers re-clear is so huge too. Continuing to walk forward as a group of 3.
Oh no. Rosie turned away at exactly the wrong moment. Nobody is ready for this walk up.
That's a spike though.
10x. Yeah, they were paralyzed for too long. Now the spike is away from them. Nice shot out of Luna. But 10x and Eli. Oh my word. I mean, Eli has just been so sharp today. It's been really impressive to watch.
Just so consistent.
Spike planted.
Now in a 1v2.
Is there a gun to pick up?
I think there's a Spectre. Just around the corner here.
And he has a Bulldog now. But the 2 survivors are both on 50 armor. That Bulldog doesn't the same power as some other options, even at close range. Eli's out wide, and it's 3 again. Just making it look easy out there.
Eli feels fully in control of this now. The Viper 18-7.
Crazy.
Like, pulls out an operator in the last couple of rounds of defense, too.
Because why not, you know?
You know what? If you're having a game like that, I'd be like, okay, you know what? You do you.
I'll buy you whatever gun you want. Just keep getting kills, you know? Odin, Ares, it doesn't matter. This round, it will be a Guardian. Trading that Bulldog over to Seal. A true bonus for 10x. They know they've got plenty of wiggle room here. And just some early utility to bait out this Brim Smoke.
Ooh, nice
Eli's down on 8. Has a little heal coming in from the sky. But things could be worse.
Portal closed.
Smoke's down from iBUYPOWER now.
Nice shot there. 10x gonna have a tough time, especially if the spike gets isolated. Sober Sushi. Oh, alone. And now with Seal taking a solo walk up. 10x starting to fumble a little bit now on the bonus. That's no problem for them. Playing for ult orbs at this point. Try and snowball into the next. Sober Sushi's going to be happy with that. Only 3 off. Get a kill, get a plant down. All of a sudden you're cooking up something serious for round 16. That's the kill. And that's another. We're not looking at round 16. We're looking at round 15. It's a 2-on-2.
Last player standing.
Sin in the corner, and Eli's ready for it. Are you kidding me? Wingman to plant the spike. Both guns primed and ready, waiting for this flank.
Same as last round.
And he's got to get it done this time. This time with a weapon advantage, but it's 4 on the round for Sober Sushi with just 2 HP. That's a series ender right there.
Yeah, that's a 4th round thrash on top of that too. Cycled up for the Gecko. And now, with no money in the tank, expecting that match point, and Catface just not able to find those answers. Again, it's those risks that are being taken on the defense. All they have to do is wait for TNX to come into their waiting arms. Try to get that spike initiated. Get a little bit of that overpeaking.
8 of the last 9 rounds. And Catface are headed straight to Rosie. Rosie on the off angle, that's 1. Start counting them up. She's already loving it. 2, 3, 4 for TNX. This is over. Abibti jumps into the teleporter, gets a kill with the molly, but that doesn't matter. TNX on 12.
Match point.
Catface haven't been able to find a single round since
Y'all need a gun?
the first half of Bind. It's been now 6 rounds in a row for this team here, who we regarded as the underdog going into this matchup. Catface, a team that's consistently been able to make their way into the main event, placing within the top 6. And TNX, this is a squad that made that lower bracket run in the closed qualifier to get themselves into the Swiss stage.
Oh yeah!
TNX putting themselves on the map with this performance, especially here on Bind. Catface's map pick. And here goes Eli. Ultimate's into the site. Molly's on the ground. And a showstopper. Secure the first for Luna. Annie waiting. Tracking the raise, but gives up on it. Refocuses her attention on short. This is a great round from Catface, but it is costing them heavily in the ult department. Couple already popped. They will abandon the B site for the time being.
Nearly full kits available for the last 2 alive here on TNX. Both initiators. For Catface, they're just looking to ensure that they play together. So locking down those fundamentals that we had talked about previously.
Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man.
This should be an impossible round for them to lose.
He's just going to take the first challenge here. A good jump peek. Forces her away. Now Mosh, but already Catface are into the back of sight. Yep, it's just too simple for them. They got a little something going here with a couple of ults thrown into the mix, but there was a long way ahead if they want to see a map 3.
So much work left to be done.
Another fight?
7 rounds in a row necessary to take it to overtime here for Catface. We do have Seekers available alongside that Orbital Strike, and for TNX, I mean, pretty darn close to cycling back into that showstopper here for Seal. There's also a really big stack that we saw on the side of Catface towards that A site in that last round too. This time, I'm gonna go for the more aggressive angle with the operator once again.
Deep breath. Icy on the forward line. Needs the opening. Dog gives up the position. Some damage in the teleport. Forced on through. Now without showers control, Catface have to play out the rest of this round.
And it's gonna fall off of that showers angle as well, and much more early signaling over towards B this time around here for Catface with the deep barrier orb, as well as double trips there for Hookah. 1 inside, 1 for the draw.
TNX are leaving their options open. Still Steel and Showers. Eli creeping up on the lurk. Eli, who has been lights out and continues to be so. Just hits the freeze button, calls the teleports back into this A site. Seal is already prepared to pounce. To deliver the final blow, Eli is there. Unreal. 2 already into the round, make it a 3rd. Eli is unmatched in this server. 4 kills already for them. The series already wrapped up, and it will be Eli to see it through. The iBUYPOWER ace and the series for 10X.
What a way to close out this series here for 10X. The team that we regarded as the underdog going into this head-to-head up against extremely experienced players on the side of Catface. You talked about them making a statement ender, and these players are looking right now like a potential dark horse here for Game Changers Stage 2.
Showing up in a great way, a 2-0 to start things off. We're going to take a quick break, everybody, but come back if you want to stick around for an interview and a little post-map analysis. Well, we had a 2-0 after a long day of Valorant. 10X Game Changers taking the series. We even got an extra ace at the end of it all. There's a little cherry on top. That was a pretty crazy map there, Ash, of Bind. 10X really running away with it towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it ends up being that 8-4 half into a 13-5 where Catface are only able to get one round in that second half there is pretty insane. I feel like you take a look at not Sunset, but Bind, the last map that we did see, they really owned that map. A lot of that came down to Eli being able to have the utility for the stall, a lot of those flank positions coming out, and then just honestly continuing to own on attack too, like the lurks coming up. There was no opportunity with the Viper smokes that Eli was throwing for IC to even get comfortable once that operator got online, because they were consistently like blocked off or flashed off of those sight lines.
We are looking at the sunset stats right now, so we can recall back to map number 1 where it was the Sober Sushi show. It was a bit different, right? We had Sober Sushi pop off map 1, map 2. It was all Eli, even finishing with the ace. Like that was just an unbelievable performance of a map out of them. This is what we're looking at over on Bind, the 13-5 scoreline to close on out. But again, I just cannot sing the praises of Eli enough. Just the crispiness of the aim was alone, before you get into the lurks and everything, was immaculate.
It really was. And I think even just like looking at that post plant number, it was like 4 and 8 for the side of MEOW not being able to, or Catface not being able to actually win out as many of those post plants as they would have wanted to. 10X doing a really good job in a lot of those retake scenarios, but like 24 and 8 from your Viper, who also pulled out an operator for fun the last couple of rounds on Bind. Like, you really could not ask for more from a player. 4 first kills on top of that too.
Just silly. I don't know what else to call it. Just really impressive stuff out of 10X. They definitely put themselves on the map with that series. I'm going to be following them very closely, but before they get to play again, we get to chat a little bit in the Verizon post-match interview. Let's go ahead and bring in JJ. First of all, congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was wild. And the first thing I want to ask is, if you can remember back to that first map of Sunset, like in both halves, things started to get a little bit difficult for you, and then these timeouts get called and you just don't lose a round after them. What was going on in these timeouts? What was the adjustment?
Yeah, those thunderstorms were definitely an enemy for us during the timeout and for the tech poses as well, but we made it through. We figured that they were taking mid over and over, and we were just staying back for just letting them do their things and playing more reactive than taking like space. I'm very happy with the outcome of the first map, and
yeah, you guys definitely should be proud of the results that you achieved today. The team is looking insane, and I think that there's going to be like expectations as well from your squad now, seeing how you guys play. Like, you're unreal on that breach on Sunset too. And I'm kind of curious, calling back to your history, because I want to know your experience now playing in Game Changers NA, because you previously used to play in the EMEA region. What do you feel like are like the main differences now between like your experiences between both regions?
Oh, that's a very good question. Yeah, it is my first time playing this flasher role in NA. So that's a first difference from my side. I used to play a lot of duelist role, and I'm honestly very happy. I'm surrounded by a very good teammate that's kind of helped me go through the role. But yeah, I mean, it's very similar, honestly. I really love the format here in NA as well, and can't wait to see more opportunities and more stuff coming up.
Yeah, because now you've got, in the Swiss stage, you're going against other teams. They're going to be 1-0, so you're going to have to fight up against better and better teams. Is there any teams or like players that you've been watching for a while that you're now maybe excited to get the opportunity to play against in NA?
I mean, yeah, it's not a secret to anyone. I can't wait to play Shopify, and I mean, they're amazing. They've been the best since years now, so I can't wait to play against them and learn.
Yeah, I'm excited for that, and good chances of that coming as you continue to perform here. I'm also curious, what happened to Eli between map 1 and 2? Like, actually what happened? Because that was one of the best maps I've ever seen from a person.
If you want my honest like answer, I didn't even saw the Eli's kill, so I probably have to rewatch the VOD. But yeah, they were locked in.
Real. And you am I correct in thinking that you were the person struggling with the connection issues during the game?
Yes, it was me and Eli actually.
It was both of you.
Yes, I think the first tech was Eli, and then the second one was myself. Power off. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, you came back in the round you were disconnected from and almost won that anyways. Like, absolutely impressive. It was really fun watching you. Congratulations again. I don't want to take up any more of your night, so go enjoy the victory.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
Good night.
All right. That'll do it there for the interview. That was great. I didn't realize they had multiple disconnects. Eli is also DCing and putting up those numbers. It doesn't make any sense to me, but you know what? A win's a win. And that was as devastating a win as you can ask for, Ash.
That's true. You know what? I think that may be the difference between Eli map 1 and map 2, because I think that tech pause was during sunset. So, you know, the bounce back there for Eli. But this is a team that I think we all need to now keep our eyes out for as we head deeper into the Swiss stage going forward. They're really showing their stuff up against Catface, and a dominant bind win being huge as well. Definitely a threat for the other teams in the competition.
Absolutely, and you're going to be able to see more of TNX. You're going to be able to see more of, you know, Hikimori winning our earlier series all throughout the Swiss stage, and possibly even in the main event later. Come back, same time, same place, every week on Mondays. Also go check out all the affiliate streams if you want to catch the other action. There might even be some games still going on. I'm not sure, so click through all those and see them. That's going to be the end of the night here for us and Ash. Hope you all have a great night, and we'll see you next time.